Government of India is committed to advancing science for India's socio-economic development by providing momentum to cutting-edge research, international scientific collaborations, and developing futuristic technologies. The clarion call for an Atmanirbhar Bharat rests on creating a vibrant ecosystem of scientific and technological innovations for solutions to domestic and global challenges through many important missions. To harness the power of new technology, the government has launched the National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber-Physical Systems (NMICPS) through 15 Technology Innovations Hubs. CPS is the convergence of technologies like artificial intelligence to drive innovation in sectors like agriculture, energy, security, health and manufacturing. The National Mission of Quantum Technologies and Applications (NMQTA) announced in 2020 opens new frontiers like computing, communications, cybersecurity. The mission will provide an impetus to transformative technologies including quantum computers, aerospace engineering, numerical weather prediction, advanced manufacturing. Through these missions and many other programs, Government of India is propelling technology development, creating human and infrastructural resource generation, incubating innovation hubs, and encouraging scientific and technology-based startups.
Yes, sir, we are live.
Namaskar. Good morning to all. I am Dr. Ashish Shah, moderator of this event, Curtain Raiser, which leads to the main conference, Frontiers in Interconnected Intelligent Systems and Devices. I am pleased to welcome all dignitaries, speakers, panelists, and audience to this amazing technology event with an excellent lineup of renowned and expert speakers. This event is organized by Department of Science and Technology under the overall leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and Honorable Union Minister for Science and Technology Dr. Harshvardhan ji. We also have Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Secretary to Department of Science and Technology, who has provided all the moral and other valuable support to bring this event to you. I am indeed thankful to all of them, to our speakers, and of course the audience, without which the event doesn't make any sense. I would just give a short introduction to our speakers. We have Shri V.K. Saraswat ji, who is member of the Science and Technology vertical in Niti Aayog. We have Shri Kanwal Rekhi ji, who is founder of TIE, which provides lot of support to startups. We also have Professor Subhash Karp ji from University of Oklahoma, who is a renowned expert in the field of artificial intelligence, and his talks are widely read and seen on YouTube, and he has written a lot of books also. We have then Mr. Malik, who is CTO of Ericsson International. We also have Shri Alok Srivastava ji, who is Global Head in L&T Next. We have Rigu Appaswamy, who is from TCS and leads the IoT division. We have Mr. Ramakrishna, who also is from Nokia and heads its IoT division. Then we have Mr. Ravi Tilak ji, who is a distinguished Indian now settled in the US and who is CEO of MXU. It's a big industry in the US. Last but not least, we have Mr. Kaushal Solanki, who is the CEO of INOC, iLook is a startup that started its journey 10 years back, and it's a very good example of how AI can be applied to your basic uh, practical applications. I would like to give you a brief about this event. This curtain result event is very important because, as you know, the technology is changing very fast. It will not be an exaggeration to say that whosoever leads in the domain of science and technology will lead the race eventually. No country, and let alone India, can afford to take the field of science and technology lightly. In fact, as we know that today China is in a position to compete with the US because of its technological advancements. It is said that China has beaten the US in certain fields like quantum computing and artificial intelligence, which is no important feat. The race to win the cyber physical system is important, and therefore, lot of funding is going into these emerging areas. As a country, we also have to boost the awareness and also the direction in which our research is being conducted in these emerging areas. And therefore, it is very important that we are aware of the latest developments happening in the field so that our researchers, our students in universities and other organizations are aware of these developments and are able to contribute in the same. Similarly, our industry should be geared up to take all these challenges. Not but the least, the startups who have come up very strongly in the last few years, they also need certain directions as to what all are the possibilities in these emerging areas, especially AI and other fields. So the main conference, which is Frontiers in Interconnected Intelligent Systems and Devices, which was supposed to happen in October of 2020, means this event should have been a main conference, but that we could not conduct because of, as you know, coronavirus epidemic. And so we thought that why not to conduct a curtain raiser event, which should not only create an awareness about the main conference, but will also provide a direction to everyone to what can be expected from the main conference. So the main conference will be announced once at least the vaccine is ready and things return to normal from this epidemic. Tentatively, if you ask me, I can say that it can be somewhere in mid of 2021, but still finger crossed on that. So the basic endeavor to this curtain raiser as well as the main conference is to bring various experts in the field of these emerging technologies on one platform and to listen and hear them and share the same with all our researchers and industries. We have to conduct many such events and conferences in the future too, and this is just the starting point. Coronavirus has demonstrated how vulnerable the human beings are, and so a lot of efforts are required in the field of science and technology. To say simply, it's a now or never moment for us. Only by stressing on high-end research, we can survive, lead, and consolidate our position. With this, I will stop and would now request Honorable Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Shri Ashutosh Sharma ji, to give his welcome speech.
Thank you, Dr. Shah.
Yeah.
Please mute yourself, Dr. Shah. I request everyone to mute themselves unless they are speaking. Good morning, and namaskar to all who have joined us today. We are looking at an extremely important topic for discussion, which is frontiers in interconnected intelligent systems and devices. So the future is all about being interconnected, and the future is all about being intelligent, even beyond the human brain. So if I were to say that this is the most compelling theme going all the way in all the foreseeable future on planet Earth, then it would not be an exaggeration. Of course, the biological evolution takes much longer time scale, but this is a way to evolve humans in a way by a fusion of technology, if you would, by aid of technology, by making intelligent machines and in fact the convergence of technology that we now witness at faster and faster rate. Now, what is this convergence? This convergence is all about convergence of physical and digital and cyber and materials and manufacturing. So going into industry 3 already gave us passive digital. That digital now becomes more active. It permeates every corner of our life. In terms of industry 4.0, or even more importantly, society 5.0. So we are here debating, we are discussing something which is going to remain with us much after COVID-19 has disappeared from the margins of history books. So we make no mistakes about it. There's only a beginning for interconnected intelligent systems, but there is no end to it. And eventually going all from industry 4.0 to industry 5.0 and beyond, there would be new integrations, there would be new convergence that would come in particular, the biological frontier. So converging and integrating the biology, the biological entities in physical and in cyber would be the ultimate frontier, if you would. We are some way off from that, but moving at a very fast speed. Now, I'm very happy to see many very deep minds here. And these deep minds, they work on different frontiers that also require synthesis. So we have people from industry representing startups, representing the government, representing the academia and R&D. So it's the triple helix of what we say, that nothing would really succeed unless we have a very good tight knit triple helix, which represents government, which represents industry, and that represents R&D, academia, and so on, and of course the startups. So that's the key. And I'm very happy to see that we are cover a very wide spectrum of themes related to cyber physical systems, related to artificial intelligence, related to machine learning, related to industry 4.0, related to IoT, related to communication. So the convergence is between communication, perception through sensors, computations, decision making, which is autonomous, and autonomous action through actuators and other machines. So this is really what you would call a very, basically a conceptual, intelligent system, device, a machine. So we today have with us Dr. V.K. Saraswat, a member Niti Aayog, who has been a champion of artificial intelligence, cyber physical systems, and indeed, Department of Science and Technology launched a mission, a national mission last year under the advice, overall guidance, and leadership of Dr. Saraswat. The mission is worth about rupees 3,600 crores, which in terms of purchase power parity translates to a much higher number. But the mission is setting up 25 hubs focused on different themes across the country, which is going to be transformative in terms of capacity, capability that it brings. And we have other very prominent, very the speakers who are deeply into different domains of artificial intelligence systems. I would just quickly tell you the themes that are going to be covered and the speakers, starting with Dr. Saraswat, who would give a keynote on technology highway, where we stand and where we need to. Dr. Shaurya Dowal speaking about technology, some financial and strategic issues. Could you please mute your mics? When you're ready to speak, you would unmute yourself and go right ahead. Then we have Dr. Kanwal Rekhi speaking about startups can benefit from technological revolution, way ahead and challenges. We have Malik Tata Pamula speaking about research challenges to realize true 5G distributed cloud towards a robust framework. Then we have Kanshul Solanki speaking about startups, how to scale up AI for real world. Mr. Alok Srivastava is speaking about industrial IoT. Mr. Regu Ayaswamy is speaking about challenges for a secure system, securing IoT, critical infra. Mr. Randeep Raina is speaking about an aggressive, hostile environment, how India can reduce that. Ravi Tilak is speaking about technological gap with other countries. And then Professor Subhash Kak is speaking about artificial intelligence and consciousness. So this is a very wide spectrum that covers all the way from the nitty-gritty of IoT to that overarching theme of consciousness and how intelligent systems and machines might eventually find some correlation with what we call the riddle of perception and consciousness. So I'm very grateful to all who have assembled here today, and that we have a great day ahead of us, discussing very compelling themes and learning from each other and making a roadmap for it. There are other missions that have been launched or in the process of launching by Department of Science and Technology, which have a direct bearing on what we are discussing today. So in addition to the mission on cyber physical systems, another mission on supercomputing systems is already under implementation, and this is setting up about 50 supercomputers in nearly petaflop ranges and going beyond 10 petaflop as well as designing the architecture of these machines, as well as getting them assembled here on the level of board, motherboards, and beyond, as well as looking into applications of it and doing and being prepared for exa scale computations. Another mission which is in the offing is 8,000 crore mission on quantum technologies, and so that this trio of supercomputing, high performance computing, cyber physical systems, and quantum technologies offers a way of working together of convergence. I would conclude by saying just one more thing. It's very important that all of these missions, and indeed what we are discussing today, must have an internal convergence of the three strands that I talked about, which is the line ministries which make use of this knowledge and may also be the customers, if you would. The second are the industry and startup. And the third one is the R&D and academia. So the architecture of these missions, the overall architecture, the structure and processes of these missions completely respect that. In other words, all the infrastructure and human resources and the knowledge which are created by these missions, these 25 hubs, have ease of access and participation of industry. In fact, each hub has a board, an autonomous board, which has 1/3 representation each from industry, from academia, and the government. So this autonomous board, therefore, takes all financial, administrative, and scientific decisions in order to deliver. This is something which is kind of very revolutionary, if you would. It has never happened before in terms of scientific board having all the powers and be able to use them in order to connect seamlessly with the rest of the world. Um, Furthermore, each of the hubs is not an isolated entity. It is not a geographically isolated entity, but is a distributed entity. In other words, a hub, for example, a hub on AI and machine learning is the custodian and aggregator of all the activities in this particular area across the country. So they are able to have a bigger picture, that they are able to make smaller pieces and get these smaller pieces done at different places and then be able to reassemble this jigsaw puzzle in order to achieve the larger objectives. Now, I would just very quickly tell you what the focus of these hubs are, and I welcome each one of us who is participating to spread this information to industry, to academia, to whoever we deal with, to participate, to partner in these hubs if we plug in. And we plug in, these 25 hubs, many of them at triple ITs and IITs are in AI and machine learning, IoT and Internet of Everything, data banks, data services, data analysis, everything built on data, which is the new water as we know. Sorry, is the new oil, but I prefer to call it new water because even after oil has disappeared, water will remain with us. Robotics and autonomous systems, cyber security, and security for physical infrastructure. We have already set up also a center for the security of infrastructure at IIT Kanpur, and now it's going to be a much bigger hub. Now, remember, each of these hubs are worth about 200 crores rupees. So, you know, that this would go some way. In the next 3 years, this would set up the foundation. I don't think that resources would be a problem going forward in the future, as long as we are able to put down a very strong foundation that we can truly build upon in order to deliver things, in order to deliver technologies and human resources. Other hubs are in device technology and materials, speech, video, and text analytics. Imagine there are so many languages in India. If we had a very robust, intelligent translator, real time, then everything we are speaking here today would be seamlessly delivered in so many 20 plus Indian languages across every stakeholder. And imagine what kind of world would that be. This is where we need to get to as quickly as possible. Let language be no longer a limitation. Let science and technology be truly democratized. And that would not happen unless our means of communication are with everybody. There are then hubs on sensors, networking, actuators, and controls, autonomous navigation, data acquisition systems, data analytics and predictive technologies and models and simulations, very important for Industry 4.0 in creating avatars, technologies for underwater exploration, human computer interactions, cobotics, and also integrated groups that would work on ethics, that would work on regulation, that would work on policies, and so on. So this would be a very holistic universe, if you would, for dealing with all aspects of cyber physical, dealing with all aspects of intelligent machines and their applications in agriculture, in education, in health, in transport, in security, in water networks and energy networks, all of that, right? So I think I'm very positive going forward that we are going to stimulate, we are going to bring together a very large community of young people, experienced people, people who are really raring to go in this country, that we would provide this opportunity and the expansion of opportunities across all of these sectors, across all of these themes. So please stay tuned for this. Let us discuss this very widely. Let us get all the stakeholders on board and make very rapid progress on scale. So I would conclude by saying that hub is not only for R&D, but it covers the entire knowledge chain end to end, going from R&D, higher education, human resource generation, innovation, the incubators with every hub, the research parts, technology development, design, patenting, and taking it to the marketplace. So we don't want people to work in silos anymore. It's really clear that we cannot have a center for R&D at one place and then have incubators somewhere else, and these people not talking to each other. So basically, this entire integrated chain, if you would, of knowledge creation and knowledge consumption at the same place and by the same set of people who are talking to each other would create indeed very unprecedented opportunities. So thank you very much for being with us again. I welcome, hearty welcome to all of you. Please remain engaged as we go forward in this space. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Secretary Sir. We are indeed indebted to you for the many initiatives that you have taken for the Department of Science and Technology, and more importantly, to encourage each and all of us. I inadvertently made a very big mistake. I forgot to introduce one of our very distinguished speakers, Shri Shaurya Dowalji, who is director in India Foundation and also has other important responsibilities. So I would apologize, sir, if you have already joined. So that was a fatal error, you can say. Now let me invite Shri V.K. Saraswat ji, Honorable Member Niti Aayog, to initiate his speech, his keynote speech, India on the technology highway, where we stand and what we need to do. Saraswat sir, please.
Good morning, namaskar. I hope I'm able to all.
Yes.
I'm going to make a presentation on the subject what you mentioned, the technology highway where we stand and what we need to do. And I would like to share my presentation. I switch on share. Are you able to see my presentation?
Wait. It has not come yet.
Not yet. We can see. We cannot see it.
Oh, unfortunate. I do not know what to do about it, but I did the right things. Probably we have to go without it. So India on the technology highway where I'm going to talk to you. We have is among the top 2 countries globally on many key dimensions of digital adoption. India number 1 because we have 1.2 billion people enrolled in the world's largest unique digital identity program. And India number 2 globally behind China in the areas like 12 million app downloads in 2018, about 1.17 billion wireless phone subscribers, 560 million internet subscribers, 354 million smartphone devices, and 294 million users engaged in social media. And even in this new age of artificial intelligence, India has a market which is about 6.4 billion as on August 2020. This covers the revenues from all AI operations originating from India regardless of stakeholder or client type or the firms providing AI services and geographic client. There are close to 1,000 artificial intelligence personnel working across enterprises in India with a median salary of almost about 14.7 lakhs. Disruptive technology development in India has found a new leap with the new education policy which has been announced in 2020. And the India today, because of that, is the most promising source of disruptive technology. With the potential innovation headwinds China is now facing, and US policies encouraging more tech professionals to return to or remain in India, the future bodes well for Indian innovation. So, as with all of us know that NEP 2020 is skill-based and digital savvy, the new education policy aims to drastically strengthen the education system to prepare the future generation to drive unique innovations while making India a knowledge superpower. One of the major highlights of NEP 2020 is to teach coding to the students from class 6 onwards. Technology-oriented new education policy will certainly benefit the youth of today and create employment opportunities. In a world defined by the intersection of artificial and human intelligence, it is vital that we invest in both our people and our technology to achieve sustainable growth. In the 5 years of Digital Bharat, what we call as Atmanirbhar Bharat today, digital industry changing the IT scenario of India. We have seen IT exports are growing at a rapid pace, almost about 147 billion, which is estimated in year 2020. Revenue generated by Indian IT sector crossed about 190.5 billion in 2020. IT companies are present in 200 cities of the 80 countries, serving almost two-thirds of the Fortune 500 companies and creating 41 lakh direct, 1.3 crore indirect jobs in India. 34% of Indian IT workforce are women. There are new trends in technology which are emerging today. These are related to the mixed reality, as Professor Ashutosh Sharma was talking, cyber security, voice-enabled solutions, digital twins, edge computing, 5G and connectivity. We have progressive web applications, hyper automation, serverless architecture and cloud migration, and multi-cloud strategies. These are some of the major 10 trends which are top 10 trends which are making a difference. And 5 multi-trillion dollar innovation platforms as convergence accelerates innovation advances. Each of these platforms like blockchain technology, genome sequencing, robotics, energy storage, and AI will create multiple trillions in market capitalization over the next decade, enabling innovation. Multiplied innovation will feed digital transformation over the next 5 years. If you look at 2007, we were at the IT axis and scale with cloud, mobile, social, and big data experimentation phase. Today, after 2018 to 20, we are what is called multiplied innovation, in which platforms and communities, innovation at scale, AI, IoT, blockchain, and natural interfaces. At the moment, we are here. But what is in store for us in future is what we call as autonomy, and autonomous systems like hyper complexity at scale, exponential AI, quantum computing, and bio-digital integration. That is what is going to happen. There are top 50 technologies driving global innovation and commercial growth. If you go sector-wise, you will know in the health and wellness sector, you will have therapeutic antibiotics, next generation of stem cell, cancer screening, and biosimilar, 3D scaffolds, molecular sensors. If you get energy and utilities, you have the lithium battery, home energy management, oil extraction, waste heat recovery, and microgrids. Environment and sustainability, if you take, you have waste to energy, precision agriculture, micro irrigation, off-grid desalination, and wastewater treatments. In the case of information and communication technology, the new things which are emerging are exascale computing, cyber security, artificial intelligence, mixed reality, productive analysis, 5G, cognitive computing, and software-defined anything. You have medical devices and imaging, where you have neuroprosthetics, optical coherence, tomography, accelerating stents, and nuclear imaging, etc. Medical devices will certainly be a major initiative that will come due to the IT-enabled systems. In the microelectronics, we are already seeing wearables, OLED lightings, we are seeing silicon carbide-based electronics, transparent electronics, and rapid charging. In the case of manufacturing automation, additive manufacturing, digital manufacturing, collaborative industrial robotics, agile robots, robotic exoskeletons. In chemicals and advanced materials, you will have lightweight materials, bio-inspired materials, nano coatings, graphene, self-healing materials, and smart packaging. And sensors and instrumentation will certainly going through a major change because of the nanosciences. Commercial drones, and then we have biosensors, then we have terahertz imaging, then we have next generation of IR, TRLs and smart headsets. So these are the kind of 50 technology trends which are driving it. And among us, the most important thing which is happening is the evolution of the intelligent Internet of Intelligent Things. Vision for 2030 as driven artificial intelligence sees that enabled by cloud, Internet of Things, which is basically 2G, 3G and 4G, will go to 5G in near future. It's already happening, enabled by cloud, AI, Internet of Intelligent Things. And this will then jump across to what is called, and again enabled by AI, to enabled by edge AI, in which intelligent Internet of Intelligent Things will happen, and that will be our 6G revolution. So key challenges and key enablers for the edge intelligence for 6G are basically when we switch over from 5G to 6G, edge intelligence will be there. In the 5G, AI for edge intelligence will cover wireless networking, millimeter wave systems, communication service implementation, dynamic task force allocation, liquid computing handover, location-based optimization, predictive quality of service, energy management. And AI on Edge will also have application areas like data intelligence, cooperative intelligence, real-time requirements, computing as a service, and AI advanced IoT models. Sharma also mentioned about the industrial revolution which is coming. We have seen first, second, and third industrial revolution. In the third, we had hyper-connected internet society, middle management revolution, and all that. But in the fourth industrial revolution, what we are getting is hyper-connected intelligence society and AI industrialization. That is the kind of economy which is happening. And convergence will be there, machine to machine communication will be there, and things like that. So across industries, a technological and a sociological revolution is underway. Because the technological revolution is basically due to the mobile internet, democratization of the smartphone, potentially infinite storage capacities available in the cloud today, machine-to-machine communication, and decrease of technology cost. That is another thing happening, which is leading to a sociological revolution through Industry 4.0 digital transformation, in terms of faster and faster penetration of new technologies, increasing success of innovative business models based on free offerings, expectation of immediate and continuous availability of services. The fusion of 5G, AI, and IoT will play a significant role in critical areas. For example, it will enable transportation and logistics in a big way, AI-based driver assistance and traffic management systems, self-driving vehicles, delivery by unmanned vehicles. We saw this happening in the pandemic this time. A large number of unmanned vehicles were used for delivery of drugs and so on. In the case of industrial operations, factory automation and remote control of industrial robots will take place. Remote inspections and maintenance and workers training will take place. Then we have health, which we are already seeing in the case of education, remote education, which is going on today online and so on. Healthcare is also slowly changing to remote health monitoring and illness prevention, remote diagnostics and medical operations. And public safety and security will get certainly transformed through intelligent video surveillance and security systems, emergency services and border controls, emergency drones and robots. That is what is happening. Then another thing which is happening in a big way is the big data intelligence. From big data, we are switching over to knowledge. Because big data, when you say data, it only collects, transmits, and aggregates data from various types of sources. It gets converted in information when you concentrate data to improve the density of the data volume. And when you analyze the data in depth and fine, then we get the knowledge. And finally, we get wisdom out of all this, which is the future. So this is the big data is valuable, but big knowledge is the most powerful thing that will happen. Another area which is emerging is the Internet of Energy. Smart grid implemented in a kind of internet in which the energy packet is managed similarly to the data packet across routers and gateways, which autonomously can decide the best pathway for the package to reach its destination. In this, there is a tremendous amount of work going on, which is going to enable Internet of Energy. Dr. Sharma talked about the quantum technologies, which is the forecast 2020, 2025, 2030. After 2025, the emerging quantum technologies and universal quantum computers will boost quantum computing market. And many areas which will certainly get benefited. One of them is cryptography will be boosted, and certainly it will become part of the new 5G syndrome, quantum computing, quantum sensing, quantum communication. It is expected that in 2020 itself, world over, the market for this is about 532 million. And by about 2025, this will change over to 968 million and rising at a CAGR of about 27% by the time this market will go to 3,255 in all segments, which includes quantum computing, quantum sensing, and cryptography. So this is a kind of journey which we are going to have in the quantum areas. And applications that it is going to cover are in the near future, you will see secure telecommunication using quantum key distribution, secure communication method that requires a key to decipher a message. If the message gets intercepted, no one else can read it. Quantum sensors, not far from future, devices that exploit quantum entanglement to achieve a sensitivity or resolution that is better than can be achieved using only classical systems. Then we have scientific problems which can be solved. A number of hard combinatorial problems can be solved efficiently on quantum computers like linear algebra and database search. Applications like quantum chemistry, traffic control, real-time risk analysis, financials, and forecasting all will get covered as part of the quantum system. We have a major program in India today, again initiated by the Department of Science and Technology, where we are working on having a good ecosystem for development of quantum technologies in a hub and spoke model. And I really appreciate the initiative taken by the DST in doing this in a global, in a pan-India basis, ensuring that right from students to faculty to academies to the industry and the national laboratories all get integrated to develop the basic facets of the quantum technology. The new commercial actors are also embracing novel technical approaches to design, manufacture, and operate the space systems. You have seen a lot of growth in the India's space research. New commercial activities which are emerging in the space segment are active space debris removal, space situational awareness services, in-space manufacturing, non-optical remote sensing like hyperspectral weather data, on-orbit servicing, space resource development, space stations and in-space transportation, and suborbital tourism. And the novel technique approaches which are going to be used there are additive manufacturing, advanced data analytics and machine intelligence, large constellations of satellites, potentially numbering in the thousands of individual satellites, and partially reusable launch vehicle development. You are already seeing with the launch of these hypersonic systems, which are both in the Department of Space and also in defense, you are seeing the day for reusable launch vehicles or partially reusable launch vehicles are not far off. Small and cube satellites and small launch vehicles, that will be to meet the requirements of immediately you should be in a position, what we call launch on demand. That kind of a system is going to emerge. It is already in the annual that ISRO is developing a small and low-cost launch vehicle, and there's a large number of private and public industries and academies who are designing and manufacturing small and cube satellites. The emerging market in the space economy is going to be luxury space hotels in the orbit space. You will have satellite servicing, you will have commercial reusable spaceships, you will have orbital refueling, you will have spaceport and operations, space solar station. It will certainly be a major initiative to bring solar power uninterrupted manner 24/7 onto this earth, and satellite data service, parabolic flights, space debris removal, and space manufacturing. This will be part of the orbital space. We have the lunar space, in which we have water and waste management, lunar surface mobility, autonomous robots working on lunar, and interplanetary load delivery through that, and moon vacation people will have, and self-replicating robots. And most important thing that is going to happen is automated mining on moon. You know that moon has a huge reserve of helium. If we can get that helium across to our Earth, you will have all energy problems sorted out. So that is going to be a major initiative by most of the countries in the near future. Then, of course, we have deep space, in which asteroid mining, asteroid hauling, modular nuclear power stations, vertical farming, 3D printing robots, and dome-covered ecosystems and planet terraforming will be the order of the day. So you have space industry, space colonization, and space tourism. All three will become the major source of the tomorrow's technology and the highway. We have been talking about AI in a big way. AI can be used for different government problems also. For example, revolutionizing every facet of government operation. As Dr. Sharma was talking, natural language processing can extract terms and conditions from contracts, whether it is written in any language. Computer vision can identify criminals from surveillance footage. Robotics can be used in disaster management and home health care. Speech recognition can help dictations and phone assistance. Machine translation can be applied in internet relations. Rules-based systems can help business comply with complex government rules, and machine learning can be used in large government databases to predict future events. There are 12 ways technology could change in the world by 2030, and I would like to go into each of them. They are very important. Artificial intelligence optimized manufacturing will lead to reducing overall waste in manufacturing by 50%. A far-reaching energy transformation, sustainable and net zero future will be built through far-reaching energy transformation that significantly reduces carbon emissions. A new era of computing, quantum computing will have outgrown frequency, and a first generation of commercial devices will be able to take meaningful real-world problems. Quantum chemistry calculations will also aid the design of novel materials with desired properties. For instance, better catalysts for the automotive industry that curb emissions and help fight the climate change. Healthcare paradigm shift to prevention through diet. This will be another area which will certainly be becoming. Healthcare systems will adopt more preventive health approaches based on developing science behind the health benefits, planted nutrient-dense diets. The healthcare industry can respond by promoting Earth's plant intelligence for more resilient lives. 5G will enhance the global economy and save lives. The rollout of 5G will enable next generation to invent thriving markets. A new normal in managing cancer. Certainly this will be because the advanced screening technologies and treatments will emerge, which will help fighting the battle against cancer. Robotic retail, the use of robotics, we have already seen some of this happening in the drones, that the use of robotic drones team at a hyper local level as opposed to the traditional upstream application in a supply chain, will disrupt this 100-year-old 5 trillion industry and all its stakeholders. A clean energy revolution supported by digital twins. Over the next 10 years, the energy transition will reach a tipping point. The cost of new build renewable energy will be lower than the marginal cost of fossil fuels. The scientific machine learning that combines physics-based models with big data will lead to learner designs, lower operating costs, and ultimately clean, affordable energy for all. Putting individuals, not institutions, at the heart of is what is going to happen. And the future of construction has already begun. Construction will become a synchronized sequence of manufacturing processes in which 3D, 4D, all this will become a part of this. Gigaton scale CO2 removal will help to reverse the climate change. That will be enabled by the technologies what we are talking. And a new era in medicine will emerge, where AI is the new tool that will enable us to extract more insights at an unprecedented level from all medical big data that has never really been fully taken advantage of in the past. If we apply all this, then there will be a great benefit resource efficiency, and there will be, if we have these resource efficiency policies, many sectors like construction, agriculture, food, industry, and transport will be benefited. And what kind of benefits will be there? Improvement of 60 to 80% in energy and water efficiency, delivering cost savings of almost 2.9 to 3 trillion US dollars per year, and investing some 900 billion US dollars could generate 9 to 25 million jobs. That is the kind of advantage it will have. We have often debated this point that technological progress has both destroyed and created jobs. If you look at in the scenario of job destruction, where automation takes place, you have reduced labor required to perform tasks. Automation of tasks, some occupations are eliminated. Technology alters the task and occupation. When you look at job creation, then automation complements specific job tasks. That you will have to upskill your people to meet the tomorrow's requirement of AI and machine learning and data analytics and so on. Creation of new industries and products. We are already seeing when computers came, the tremendous growth of electronics industry has taken place. Increase in productivity lowers cost and prices. Certainly it will enhance the productivity. Higher growth and income, thus boosting the demand. In the long run, technological progress has reinforced the need for human labor, but often with highly destructive effects. But with upskilling and transformation of the skills, I think we can reduce the danger of losing jobs, and we will have new kinds of workers working for these new technologies. So what is the way ahead? Rapid spread of digital technologies and their potential value to the Indian economy by 2025 if government and the private sector work together. Uneven adoption among India's business has opened a digital gap. Public and private sector actions have driven digital growth so far. Core digital sectors could double their GDP contribution by 2025. And newly digitizing sectors are already creating added value. Digital can improve government services and the efficiency of India's job market. It can also create jobs. As many as 60 million to 65 million new jobs could be created from the direct and indirect impact of productivity boosting digital application, but will require new skills and some labor redeployment. We have to look at what national policies towards new technologies have to be worked on. We have to embrace potential of new technologies but adapt to national development needs. We should align them. Government policy is key for adoption of general purpose technologies in terms of infrastructure, R&D support and business incubators. And we need to bring in changes regulations that will to reduce and help to manage uncertainty, allow for pilot projects to experiment with regulations. We have just seen this happening in the pandemic when the repurposing of the drugs was being done. We had to tweak with our regulations to have an early implementation in the process of diagnostics and implementation of the drugs for fighting the pandemic. Then we have a new regulations for liability, privacy, because cyber security is going to become a major domain which will dictate all these laws. Ownership of data is another area where regulations will be very important. And we have to also regulate what we call the antitrust measures, old and new. So how do we work towards this? So what is we start from the future. What is going to happen in the future? We like, for example, what is the future we want to create in 2025? Look back and redefine how to move towards 2020 and then move forward. That should be our approach. If we follow that approach, I'm sure we will be in a position to not only develop the technology, but align these technology developments towards the societal growth. Finally, I would conclude by saying that fundamentally it is about how we lead change, collaborate and innovate to empower people and make this a peaceful and inclusive development revolution. We must respond with human-centered policies that empower all women, men, and strengthen the capacity of governments and rally the multilateral systems around shared narratives. That is how the technologies of future will drive us to the new roadmap and drive us to a new society 5.0 and society 6.0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Saraswat sir. Indeed, this is a very important and critical topic that needs to be discussed at length, and in the main conference we shall certainly give you more time for this so that all the points come out. As of now, we are really short of time. So our next speaker is Shri Shaurya Dawalji, a very distinguished person with deep insights into strategy and economic issues. So may I now invite Shaurya Dovalji to talk on his topic, emerging technology, some financial and strategic issues. Shri Shaurya Dovalji, please.
Namaskar, everybody. Um, I hope I am audible. Um,
Yes, sir, you are audible, you are visible.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to be sure. I am very grateful to the hosts for giving me an opportunity to speak with all of you today. It is both my honor and privilege to be with all of you and present my views on something which I think is indeed of tremendous importance. I am conscious that I am in the august presence of scientists and people from the technology background. And therefore, I find myself quite small in terms of being able to present any ideas in terms of emerging or technologies as such. So I am not a technologist and this is not my domain area. And so I would refrain from commenting on the technology aspect of it. But I would like to touch today on something which I think is of very important consequence, which is the financial and strategic implications that surround these emerging technologies, and particularly in the context of Bharat and India, that what do they imply for us as we think about our nation and the way forward for our country. If you go back in history, you will find that at every point in time in history, there has been an inflection point where the then emerging technologies have impacted the course of the world and the history of nations and the history of civilizations. This is not a new phenomenon, and this phenomenon, and nothing tells us, as Saraswat Saab was telling just us, just a few minutes ago, that this will continue to open new frontiers for civilization and mankind and nations at all points in time. But what these emerging technologies do indeed give nations are huge strategic advantages that sometimes allow them to sustain these advantages and take what we call as strategic leaps for not decades but centuries. Just going back in history, if you think about the colonization happened because of then emerging technologies that came out of the Industrial Revolution that gave certain powers or certain nations the mechanical power, which allowed them to go and dominate other parts of the world. And our country was one such recipient or one such victim of missing out on that emerging technology. We then went into being a slave state for 200 years. Similarly, if I come closer to time, the Cold War, the competition between the defeat of an ideology was really driven by an advantage that technology gave one adversary over another. The Star Wars program was literally the reason why communism, for majority part, collapsed, because it could not sustain what the United States unleashed, the doctrine of strategic overreach on then erstwhile USSR. And then even in today's contemporary world, that when we talk about the United States hegemony over the international strategic affairs, we find that their bedrock, the source of their power, is really their ability to be the hotbed of emerging technologies. It is their ability to new technologies that
I request everyone to mute their audio. Please don't speak in between. Thank you.
So it is this advantage which has given the United States the advantage of post the Second World War, and I even think the discovery of the fossil fuels, which is oil, and then the ability to sustain that fossil fuel advantage for about 75 odd years before they are now migrating into another newer sources of more renewable sources of energy. demonstrates that emerging technologies will continue to give strategic advantages, both financial and strategic, to nations. And therefore, it becomes very, very important for a country like India, which is in relative terms a newer nation state, of course, a much older civilization, but a newer nation state, to really see that in the next 25 years, what are the consequences of these emerging technologies on our nation, and how can we as a nation align our resources to be able to maximize our strategic advantages, and therefore not become a victim, but actually a player in the global geostrategic affairs. So if I actually break down the various kinds of technology.
तुम तो यहाँ के कोर्ट में बैठते नहीं शायद?
Sorry. If I actually break down the various technologies that are there in today's world, and I look at them from the lens of the strategic lens, I would divide them primarily into three, and I will cover each three of them in some detail, and their implications in some detail. But the three technologies, in my view, are the emerging technologies are technology of connectivity, technologies of productivity, and technologies of distribution. And of course, there is a fourth technology which I can briefly cover, which are the various security technologies. And all these three technologies primarily have grave ramifications for our financial and security affairs. Let's start with the first technology, which is the technology of connectivity. These emerging technologies today are creating a world which we see in various forms, of human connectivity that has never existed in before. And as every day passes by, every year passes by, we see huge quantum leaps in the ways humans are connecting with each other through these emerging technologies. The very fact that even in this pandemic we are all speaking to each other is a reflection of these connectivity technologies. And I think in coming times, in the next sort of 25 years, we will continue to see an enhancement as this connectivity between humans will only increase and may even further expand the horizons and the frontiers of the physical world into space and all by these new technologies of connectivity. These connected technologies will become faster, they will become cheaper, and they will even try to replicate the intimacy of human connectivity to as much extent as possible. So what does this really mean for a country like India? I think if you look at the positive side of it, this means a huge advantage for India, because what it means now is that in the years to come, India, which is a civilizational state with centuries of civilizational wisdom, will actually get a chance to export our civilizational wisdom to every part of the world through these technologies. We will be able to demonstrate through our civilizational wisdom the solutions to many of the problems in this world. And we're already seeing that. We're already seeing that in the dissemination of Ayurveda, in the dissemination of yoga, in the dissemination of integrated living, and so many other areas where we are seeing the ability of India to be able to influence the minds, the power to influence the minds of the entire world through its always evolving civilizational wisdom. So emerging technologies really gives us a chance to take these connectivity technologies and disseminate what we have to tell the world, which was not available to us in the pre-mechanical world, where the physical constraints limited our ability to expand. Of course, if we are able to commercialize these technologies, commercialize this wisdom, this will also have serious implications and serious advantages in terms of the economic and financial benefit that this will give to our nation as we move along this spectrum. And then obviously it will allow us to it bodes well for us for our strategic and economic ambitions that we may as a nation state have in this 21st century. India has a stated objective of being what we call as the Vishwaguru, or a thought leader in the world in the emerging world, and we think that's our rightful position. And I think emerging technologies of connectivity are giving us a huge chance to be able to take that and distribute it across the world. Of course, on the downside, we will be also, with everything subject to the onslaughts of the various ideas that emanate from different parts of the world. Our new generations will be open to all the influences that come with these connectivity technologies. They will try to disrupt our social and the value fabric of our civilization. And it will now depend upon how do we use the content that we have, along with better technologies and better marketing, to be able to, in some sense, limit the negative influences of these various connectivities, while trying to absorb all that is good and positive in them, to further enhance and then re-beam back to the world, what we have to teach. So I think in the years to come, this will be a perpetual, I won't call it the word conflict, but a perpetual game that the powerful nations will play in terms of using these emerging technologies of connectivity to increase their influence and increase their domination of the mind space of the world. I think the colonization of tomorrow will not be necessarily the colonization of physical land or the colonization of resources as we conventionally understood, but it will be the colonization of the minds of people and of coming generations. And I think in that these emerging technologies will play a very important role. And India both has an opportunity and of course a challenge that it must engage in this battle and win it, both strategically and economically. The second dimension of technology, I think, which Dr. Saraswat also briefly touched, was the technologies of productivity. I think tomorrow's technologies always lead to enhancement of productivity, and I think that the emerging technologies will just continue that process, again in terms of quantum leaps, from artificial intelligence to robotics to smart technologies to big data. I mean, I'm not going to use all these the names of all these things because they're better known to you than me. But what I'm trying to say is that, where the machines were led to increasingly mechanical power to replace the human physical power, I think the machines of tomorrow will become more and more intelligent in terms of becoming in terms of replacing or substituting the human brain in terms of productivity enhancement. And of course, this again will have implications for a nation like us. What it will mean, of course, on the positive side for us will be that, we as a producer of low cost technologies and with our large scientific base will be able to compete more globally with the world and become more productive in enhancing our economic value add to the world. Of course, we try to become more integrated with the global supply chains, becomes easier for us to integrate into the global capital chains, and therefore become, as I said, a bigger player in terms of this productivity battle that will be fought on the back of these emerging technologies. Of course, the challenge for us as a nation remains is that we have a huge population. So this productivity cuts both ways for us. With 1 million people joining our employment every month, we have this ability that how do we absorb this physical labor, this physical force, and how does India compete given this with this large human base in a world where technologies are increasingly replacing not just the physical aspect of human power, but also its intellectual or its mental aspect. So this is a challenge for policy planners, and I think this remains one of the biggest challenges of all governments, and will continue to remain a serious challenge. And this is, I think, an area where our scientists and our technologists will have to think through that how can they assist in a real political and a strategic challenge of absorbing large human force and deploying them productively to turn them into an asset as against a liability in this war of productivity. And then let me just touch to the third, but the most important, I think, aspect of these emerging technologies, which I think is particularly pertinent for a poor country like India, or an emerging country like India, which is these technologies of distribution. These technologies of today are, without, I think, people actually realizing it, are really converting this world in a more egalitarian world in terms of distributing wealth and knowledge to society at large. They are in some ways helping become the world more equitable and just. It may not yet reflect in the numbers, but I think in coming times, indeed, this will make it easier for the world, should the world want to become a more equitable and just. And while I cannot speak for the world, but for India, this is a challenge where we've historically had huge gaps in our society for us to bring about a more equitable and a just society. So whether it was in the use of Jan Dhan, in ability to distribute insurance, in ability to build medical technologies, governance, every day the government is trying to ensure that we try and use these technologies of distribution in bringing cheaper cost of governance and better governance, both of which are strategic and have strategic and financial implications for India, to the people and citizens of India. We're trying to use these technologies to break some of the structural infirmities that have historically plagued India, like the problem of corruption. We must have recently heard about bringing in faceless technology in our income tax assessments. This is really, in my view, the positive side, the positive implication of using these distribution technologies in making our country a more equitable and a more just society, and in some ways unwinding some of the vestiges of the colonial system that we were finding so difficult to break away, even in a post-independent India. This has serious implications for us in terms of about political distribution. Increasingly we are seeing technologies becoming more and more useful to the citizens of this country in demanding better levels of governance and more clearer and transparent democracies from our political leaders. We will be going into our Bihar elections in 2 months for the first time in this COVID world, heavily leveraging on the emerging technologies to try and conduct a free and fair election. Should this experiment succeed, I think this behoves very well for the democracy also in India, because what it will need is that our governments and our political and our bureaucratic leadership will increasingly be subject to better standards and improving productivity standards of governance from our citizens. Of course, there are significant challenges in this also, like with everything else, which is that these distribution technologies, while they may disperse power across the country and break these hierarchical structures, they do lead to take away some of the discretionary ability of governance, and this is something that remains a key challenge for policy makers. Of course, as I mentioned in the beginning, these technologies have an important consequence for our security. India is one of the leading nation states in terms of developing security technologies, and of course, this, having gone through 1,000 years of colonization and slavery, I think it is but pertinent that India is leveraging these technologies and will continue to have to leverage these technologies, particularly on developing its security architecture. But I will defer not to talk about that issue, because that's a very specific area and does not have much large, while it has huge strategic implications, is not that relevant from today's point of view. But what is relevant is that I would like to now focus a little bit, having sort of talked about the sort of three aspects of the implications of these emerging technologies. I would like to just spend a little bit time before I wind up on the importance of technology in this. I sort of continue to allude to emerging technologies and its implications. But the crux of this remains the world technology. And in the world of technology, again, I think that, there is a wide spectrum of where India as a nation fits. We, from being a mere adopter of technology to an improviser of technology to a creator of technology. This is the entire spectrum from left to right that is available to every nation, including India. And I think these strategic and financial benefits to a nation will vary on the basis of how and where on this spectrum does the nation sit. Every nation invariably will end up becoming an adopter of technology. But the nations that move to the right of this spectrum and become creators of these technologies will be the nations that will continue to have the strategic advantage in this battle. And I think, therefore, it is very, very important for a nation like India, to keep pushing its boundaries, to move from the left side of the spectrum to the right side, and try to be as close, or lead these this creation of these emerging technologies. And I think this is where, again, our policy planners, our scientists, our scientific community, our teachers will have to start creating this ecosystem where, and when I say ecosystem, it includes everything from technology to education to finance to the architecture to the environment, where we will become not just mere absorbers or adopters of this technology, but the creators of these emerging technologies, so that we ourselves create this strategic advantage for our nation. So, in conclusion, I think the 21st century is a technology century. This new technology century will create, like in everything, new winners and new losers. It is still an open race. People believe that 21st century belongs to India. And while the old powers have the advantage of status quo, the new powers, if they are able to absorb and they able to adopt these technologies, can leapfrog, as has always happened in history, to create some new frontiers, which gives them and their generations strategic advantage, as I said, not just for decades, but for centuries. Will India seize this opportunity? As India approaches its 100 years of independence in the next 25 years or so, will India seize this opportunity? And will India and Indian policy planners and Indian scientists allow this country and its coming generations to leapfrog and unwind some of the dark periods of its history to usher in what we all believe is the rightful position of India? So with this hope, I am sure that the next few hours and days that this community discusses and debates these technologies, they will keep in mind that what comes out of this journey is indeed important for all the people who sit and think about where this country is headed. So thank you very much once again for giving me a chance.
Thank you, Shauryaji. Indeed, it's a pleasure to hear your deep thoughts. You have certainly given us some new points. In fact, the three technology verticals that you talked about, connectivity, productivity, and distribution, and also how emerging technology is related to your finances and strategic issues. I think these are very important things to be discussed, which are largely ignored in your normal discussion forums and all these things. But it's a very important area that needs further deliberations. Is Professor Gumaste there? Professor Gumaste? Okay, I was Professor Gumaste was taking questions on behalf of users, and I thought that if he's there, maybe we could have asked just one question from Shaurya ji. We are already running behind our schedule by 10-15 minutes. May I now invite our very important and distinguished guest Kanwal Rekhi ji. Everyone knows Kanwal ji. He is the founder of TII, the forum that encourages startups and organizes a lot of talk shows for startups and young people across the globe, not only in US, not only in India, but across the globe. So he has kindly agreed for our to be a speaker for our event, and with his vast experience in the field of technology, in the field of industry. So I thought he's the right person for our Indian startups to learn a few things from him. So, Kanwal Rekhi ji, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. It's my pleasure to be speaking to you people today. And a little bit of a history. I came to US in 1967 at the age of 22. As a fresh graduate from IIT Bombay. And the world of 67 was a very different world than we are in today. US was at the top of its game, was about to put a man on the moon, and India was at the bottom of its game. And we had a famine in 1966. If those of us who were old enough to remember, the Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri asking us to eat, skip a meal once every 7 days or so, right? Because we were short of the food. And so when we arrived here, we were seen as a third-rate people, third world, third-rate people. And I tell people the story that very first week I was here, a professor looked at me and said, you're from India. I bet your education is not up to snuff. I bet you will not be able to keep up with our standards here. And I want to make sure you get extra help that you would need. And he went on to show me how a phone works and offered to help me. Anytime I need help, I should call him. So that was the image we had in US of Indians. And I could tell you some more stories, but now here in 2020, the CEO of Microsoft is an Indian, CEO of Google is an Indian, CEO of IBM, of all the companies, is an Indian, right? And Indians in the Silicon Valley are the most entrepreneurial people now. We are maybe 5% of the population here in the valley, but we are 25 to 30% of the entrepreneurs in the valley. So what happened? What happened in those 33, 34 years? We are the same people that we were in India. My genes haven't changed. And we found this environment. We came to this environment which let us blossom as individuals. I went through this whole process in 60s and 70s. I was confident. I was a very good engineer. But I never could imagine that I could be anything more than an engineer. And one day, somebody who used to work for me, left and became an entrepreneur. And I scratched my head. I said, David Jackson, I trained him. He worked for me for 3 years. He left to become an entrepreneur. He started a company called Altos Computers. I don't know if any of you remember that. Altos was a original hot pot ZRE CPM machine. And then I said, why can't I be an entrepreneur? Till then I had never even thought of entrepreneurship or becoming an entrepreneur. Yeah, David was not that smart. He was smart, but he wasn't as smart as I am. Why can I be an entrepreneur? And that thought just ate at me. And this is 1981. And one day I decided, I have to try my hand at being an entrepreneur. World is changing. 1981 was the year when IBM PC was introduced. But those of you who are old enough to remember, September of 1981 was when IBM PC was introduced. And it was also the year that digital Xerox and Intel came together to announce a new standard called Ethernet. For some future networking, that they will jointly develop, and for this new age of computing that was going to emerge 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, and so I said, maybe I should look at that standard, and I just sat down with the specifications they put out. I said, I can design that stuff right now, using the knowledge I already have. And I left my job in 1981 and became an entrepreneur. And this is at the dawn of the PC revolution, dawn of the there was no networking yet, and we were the pioneers of computer networking. Everybody now takes that for granted, but we were the first company to network different type of computers to each other. IBM PCs to Unix machines to mini computers to mainframes back in 1982, 1983. That was my startup, Epsilon. And so the point I want to make is that I'm from a middle class family, an army family in India, no family history of business. I'm here in the US with no friends in business. And one day, I get destabilized as an individual. Why can't I be an entrepreneur when somebody who worked for me, David Jackson, became an entrepreneur? And I had to go find out if I was good enough to become an entrepreneur. And the rest is history. The plus Indian ethos are stable, discipline, beta entrepreneur, beta doctor bano, beta engineer bano, beta settle ho jao, beta, you're not a child anymore, So there's this value system which is asking you to conform to a lifestyle which is predictable, stable, disciplined. Entrepreneurial thing is totally different. You don't want to settle down. You don't want to be disciplined. You don't want to do what everybody else is doing. And so all the societal familial pressures are to do something, which is totally different. And but I do see that India is changing. India is changing. There is a entrepreneurial revolution underway. There are 40,000 startups in India, I'm told. But is that enough? Is that enough for what India needs? And we hear about technology. The entrepreneurship is about technology. And so let me tell you, entrepreneurship is not about technology at all. You can hire engineers. You can hire people. Entrepreneurship is about a dreaming. Entrepreneurship is about imagining. Entrepreneurship is about reaching out way beyond where you are. My entrepreneurial awakening happened because this guy, David Jackson, who worked for me, became an entrepreneur. But my best contributions came not in engineering, even though I was very good at that one, but in marketing and selling. I imagined people would need to connect their IBM PCs with their mini computers, with their mainframes, long before people were asking for that one. And I thought I will prepare to offer them that. And so back in 83, 84, when I came out and said, you can connect all your machines with each other using my hardware and my software. People were very surprised. So my contribution was imagining that people would need that and getting ready to offer that one. So entrepreneurship is about thinking what the world would need and try to get there and offer them that long before they really need it. And so we have this 40,000 startup ecosystem in India, country of 1 billion to people. The wisdom is that 1 to 2% of the population everywhere should be entrepreneurial, is entrepreneurial. In the US, that number is closer to 2%. Japan probably is an outlier where the number is maybe less than 1%. But 2% of the population is entrepreneurial, and if 2% of the population becomes entrepreneurial, almost all the problems disappear, because a typical entrepreneur will pull 30, 40 people along, 30, 40, so if 2% of the population is entrepreneurial, 50, 60% of the population gets employed very quickly. So a couple of points I want to make. In 1981, when I became an entrepreneur, the largest companies were General Motors, General Electric, IBM, Ford, Boeing. They're not even in top 20 now. They're not even in top 20. What happened to GE? What happened to General Motors? What happened to IBM? The last top 10 companies are all were startups back in 1981. And many of them were not even around. Amazon was not even around. Apple was not even quite around. And Intel was there, but when you look at Netflix, Google, Facebook, so you can build a very large company very quickly. And I heard earlier, productivity is a problem for a country like India. Productivity is never a problem. Productivity is never a problem. If you don't believe in productivity, you shouldn't become entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship is all about being 10 times more productive, finding ways to be 10 times more productive than we have today. Productivity means that you produce more with the same set of resources. Doesn't mean that you employ fewer people to do the same amount of work. You do a lot more work with the same number of people. If you become twice as productive, doesn't mean you have half as many employees. You produce twice as much in society, so everybody has more to consume. So productivity is the way to get rich. Is the way to fight poverty rather than create more unemployment. Just to give you a couple of examples. U.S. in 1900 had 60% people in farming, agriculture, business, just like India has today. 60%, 50% of Indians are in farming. U.S. has 1.5% of its population in farming and agriculture today. So to give you just from productivity perspective, an average Indian farmer produces enough food for himself and about half an Indian. So his productivity is to feed himself and another half an Indian, because 65% of people are producing food for 100% of the people, right? In US, let's say assume 2% of the population is in farming. An average American farmer produces enough food for himself and 49 other people. And as a matter of fact, he produces more food to export on top of that one. An Indian farmer will always be poor, and India will always be poor. That's the case. American farmer is very rich, and America is very rich. So give you one more thought. 2% of the population in America is in farming. Only 11% of the American population is in manufacturing. 11%. 13% of the population produces all the food we need, all the cars we need, all the washing machines we need, everything we need, all the hard goods we need are produced by 13% of the population. America doesn't have massive unemployment. It doesn't have 87% of the population unemployed. It has a very well employed workforce. So, so the notion that as you become more productive, you throw people off jobs and you have more and more unemployment is a nonsense notion. As you become more productive, you produce more with less people, there's more to go around, there's more to invest, there's more to produce even more. And just to give you another way of thinking, as you throw more people out of jobs because you become more productive in a given industry, there are more people to go around to do things that weren't being done before. And what are those things, pray tell? I don't know. Who knew we would need web designers and web administrators? And who knew we would need all the stuff that which is being done now? The smart people find things to do because they have to survive, they have to live, and so they imagine what the world would need, and that's where the entrepreneurial thing starts. India needs to dream of having 2% of its population becoming entrepreneurs by some time down the road. I am pushing, and I had met with Ratan Tata back in December. How can we launch a program to have 1 million entrepreneurs in India in the next 5 to 7 years? 1 million entrepreneurs in India should be very easily achieved. It should be very easily achievable. And that should be a good start, and we should have a goal of having 2% of the population down the road, maybe 20 years down the road. The entrepreneurs don't need much help. They need a space to grow. They need people to get out of their way. Of course, they need infrastructure. They need a good infrastructure. Infrastructure enables entrepreneurship. Let me lay that out on the table. They need people to employ. They need people to employ. So you need a workforce which is sort of semi-smart. Iranians are very, very smart people. You need the tax laws and policy framework which encourages you to become an entrepreneur. In India, it's very, very hard. Even with the Startup India a program that we have, Prime Minister Modi has, it's very, very hard to become an entrepreneur. It's very, we have tough time, funding. I am an investor. I quit India. I am not investing in India anymore. It became so hard. Every time I made an investment, you know your client, you have 50 papers to fill. It's unbelievably hard. There is this notion that investors make money and somehow this is unholy, unhealthy, bad for society. I think we need to get rid of that notion. Entrepreneur, this chapter, becoming people who are willing to invest in startups. We should roll out a red carpet for them. Please invest. Make all the money you want. We won't even tax you because, by the way, in the US, when I was doing my startup, there was no taxation on either entrepreneurs or on the investors. The taxation on entrepreneurs and investors came only about maybe 15, 20 years ago. But when I was an entrepreneur in '82, I paid zero taxes on the money I made, and my investors paid zero taxes on the money they made. That's how you incentivize this whole process to happen. Down the road, there will be enough time to make money off the taxes. I want to leave at that. India needs to put its faith in its entrepreneurs. We have tried the top-down approach. We have tried the planning. Let me tell you a story about Planning Commission of India. Professor T.N. Srinivasan, who was at Yale, the Department of Economics, he was chair of the Yale Department of Economics. He told me the story when he was a young economist. He went back to India to work for the Planning Commission, and he sat through a debate. He told me where they said, "Well, what should India produce? What should India plan to produce? Consumer goods?" Now somebody said, "No, we should produce machines that produce consumer goods." No, we should produce machines that produce consumer goods. So they set up these plants. We should set up the plants that produce steel that produce the machines. So they set up these steel plants and they set up this machine two-step, and there were no consumers and no buyers. No buyers and no consumers for those machines and those plants. And consumers were getting nothing. And we know what happened. $300 billion was invested. That $300 billion back then is worth maybe $5 to $10 trillion now, with less than 1% return on invested capital. Massive, massive destruction of wealth. A poor nation like India destroyed massive amount of death because people thought they could plan what the world would need and buy. I think it's time to step aside, let the entrepreneurs take over. Million entrepreneurs would be a good start. India needs about 20 to 25 million entrepreneurs. And to find its place in this, right place, under the sun in this world. Thank you. I don't know how you are doing because I haven't seen any Q&A. I've been watching for 2 hours. If anybody wants to ask me anything, or is there?
Thank you, Kawal Rekhi sir. It was indeed an excellent experience to hear from you directly. Professor Gumaste, are you there now?
Yes. Yes.
Sir, do you have any question from the user side for Kawal Rekhi sir?
So actually, I have my own question. So hi, Mr. Rekhi. This is Professor Ashwin Namaste from IIT Bombay. 8-9 years ago, we built a series of telecom routers that we developed at IIT Bombay, and then we sold that as a technology to the government of India. And that was the largest ever acquisition between any IIT and industry. And those routers have been in production for the last 7-8 years. The problem has been that we gave this to the government gave it to a public sector unit, and they were unable to market it enough to make a very big impact. And I think that's the real story. All these technologies that are developed, they're very difficult to actually push them out into the market. So unless there is a model where we can actually try and push technologies, either from the academia or just standalone entrepreneurs. I mean, the encouragement has to be there, which I don't find being there at all. I mean, so like, for example, an SRI in Stanford, something like that. So that's the problem. That, is just kind of anecdotal problem to what you're saying.
No, I'll tell you, technology is a minor part of the whole damn thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
So producing technology, that's it that I hear, the technology, local technology. I'll tell you a story about Sam Pitroda. Sam Pitroda spent huge amount of money, and he and I used to have debates all the time. You have the local Indian-made Indian technology for the telephone network, right? And he and I had a debate in Chicago about 30 years ago. And he stood and said, one man, one telephone is a wasteful Western luxury that India can ill afford. We need to develop our own technology. We can not afford to buy technology from anybody else in the world and waste our scarce resources. And I told him, this is nonsense. It's a commodity technology, is available everywhere. We need to buy the cheapest commodity technology and make the telephone network happen in India. And you know what happened in India? We went his route for 15-20 years, went nowhere, and then we liberalized the telecom sector. DOT Hatao Desh Bachao. I don't know if you remember that slogan I put up back in 2000. I wrote that op-ed in the Times of India, DOT Hatao Desh Bachao. Because I said, you need to let the telephone revolution happen. Now India has one man, one telephone already, almost nearly, right? And are we poorer? Are we worse off than we were before? See, this pride of owning technology gets in the way of deploying cheapest technology to create wealth and jobs now. And routers was a novel technology back in late 80s, early 90s. I mean, I was doing routers at Epsilon in late 80s. So you need to do what the market needs worldwide, not what you think you can do cheaper in India. India is now becoming a software powerhouse, and it's very few people in India know that Indian startups are selling software in the US. I'm not talking about the IT services. I'm talking about the actual software. And we are several such companies in India. They have no customers whatsoever in India. They have customers in the US and they start to have customers in Europe. Because the Indians have the talent, they have the technology, market is here, customers are here. So so we have this another group, which is helping such entrepreneurs in software business to find customers in the US. Just like TIE, we have another group, which is a software bridge to the West. You need to produce the technology in competition with the world in the beginning, rather than try to replicate what the world has produced. We went through this phase of import substitution in India. We use the smartest people to produce obsolete technology just to feel good that we can also do it. You never get rich that way. You get rich by doing new stuff for the world market in the beginning, right? So the IIT Bombay, I don't remember the router story fully, but I've been to there, and they have good entrepreneurial ecosystem. There was this Powai Valley thing. I don't know if it went anywhere or not, but the entrepreneurs just need to be let loose. Just let loose. Once you start to help an entrepreneur, you start disable him, disempower him. He has to figure out his way of surviving. He has to figure out his way of improving technology. He has to find his customers. You just need to enable him and make sure that he is able to get financing. Don't get in front of him with unnecessary burdensome regulations, and this and that. So I am based on that Indians are the best entrepreneurs in the world. And the only thing that holds them back is the environment.
Okay, right, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Master. Thank you, all, sir.
Okay.
Our next speaker is very distinguished.
I'm going to sign up. Okay, Dr. Shah.
Yeah, sir. Thank you.
Yes, pass by that time.
Fine, sir. Thank you very much for your time. It's quite late in US, and I'm sure you would like to take some rest now. So, because this will continue for another 4-5 hours. So, our next speaker is Mr. Malik from he's the CTO of Ericsson. And let me tell you a few things about Mr. Malik. Mr. Malik asked me what type of audience we are expecting. So I told to him that we will be having a lot of students and researchers and other scientists from organizations. So he has taken all the pains to prepare a very specific presentation which can be used for the research communities in the country. So I'm really thankful for him for all the considerations. His topic is research challenges to realize true 5G distributed cloud. So all the students out there, researchers and others, let's hear to Mr. Malik and see what ideas he has for us. Thank you. Mr. Malik, please.
Mr.
Malik, you are not audible. Have you unmute your audio?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ashish. Thank you for inviting me for this event. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Dr. Saraswat, Professor Ashwin Gumaste, and other distinguished individuals and the participants. It is my pleasure to talk to you all about this very interesting topic about what are the technology and research trends and challenges we see to realize this 5G distributed multi-cloud. I really like the summit title, which is Interconnected and Intelligent Systems and Devices. That's very critical. Anything has to start with connectivity, right? Once you start with connectivity, then you start transmitting the data over that connectivity. So once you start transmitting the data, you need to have some sort of intelligence to extract the insights from the data, so-called intelligence. So that is the reason I really like this particular summit, and congratulations to Dr. Ashish and team in putting this together, because it is very powerful. It aligns with what we do at Ericsson. We call it as connected intelligence. Essentially, it's nothing but interconnected intelligent systems and devices. So just to give a quick 1 minute overview about Ericsson, we are very much committed to India. We have got one of the largest R&D centers in Gurgaon. Almost 25,000 engineers are there. And we are extremely well connected with university research. For example, we have 5G Innovation Center established at IIT Delhi. We do research collaboration with Professor Ashwin Gumaste and many others in the areas of 5G, edge compute, and AI. So with that, let me go through some interesting trends and challenges that we see. In terms of connectivity, many of us have seen how the world has changed from first generation to fourth generation, right? Some of us have seen moving from first generation to second generation was simply analog to digital. You know, where first generation was more analog, purely voice. You can see the big box, it used to be the phone. And then second generation was digital switching, but mainly voice SMS. And the speeds we were talking about at that time was kilobits per second. Now, with the introduction of Internet Protocol, we moved to 3G, and that's when we started seeing email, mobile internet connectivity on 3G phones. And that's when we started seeing the bit rates of 155 kilobits per second in the third generation world. But while we moved to fourth generation, which really enabled mobile broadband on smartphones, where we could access applications with single touch. So that's when we started seeing megabits per second speeds, which is on average 15 megabits per second using our smartphones to access applications. And that's where I can say application app economy really came to birth. Smartphones. Now looking at the next step, which is fifth generation 5G, as Professor Ashutosh and Dr. Saraswat nicely put it, 5G is going to take us into more gigabits per second. 4G was megabits per second. Now we are talking about 5G going up to theoretical speeds of 20 gigabits per second. It will also look at reducing the latency to 1 millisecond with a massive connectivity of 3 million devices within a square mile distance. So that's the kind of interconnectedness we need for the things Dr. Ashok was talking for this summit. That's a kind of bandwidth is required for the things that Dr. Saraswat was mentioning in terms of performance boost across multiple dimensions, in terms of location accuracy, bandwidth, delay, latency, reliability, battery life, and the connection density. And this 5G is not just a performance boost, but also it is going to bring that intelligence, not just providing the interconnectivity between the sensors, actuators, and all sorts of IoT devices as a part of Industry 4.0. It will also bring that intelligence. So let's talk about how that intelligence and interconnectivity coming together and what sort of challenges exist. So 5G is going to take that 4G into, 4G was mobile broadband, but 5G is now going beyond mobile broadband into Industry 4.0, connecting the industries and societies. So that brings up an interesting industry convergence. As you can see, with 5G now, industry convergence is also happening. Telcos, cloud providers like Amazon, Microsoft Azure, or Google Cloud, and industrial players like manufacturing, automobile, healthcare, and so on, and the media players like Netflix, YouTube. Now they're all converging on top of 5G platform to enable either extreme mobile broadband applications such as VR, AR, mixed reality type of applications, or mission-to-mission type of applications, or even ultra-low latency applications in the context of public safety, remote surgery, and vehicle-to-vehicle. So this is enabling that, taking that interconnectivity that the symposium is talking about, taking from mobile broadband into mission to mission or connecting anything to anything. Now, how this convergence, as the keynote speaker spoke about, how this convergence of that connectivity, compute, and control theory by AI machine learning, how they're coming together and why they're coming together to realize that Industry 4.0. So let's look at it. For the last 10 years, you have seen the world moving from the on-prem to cloud. Many applications in enterprise or even some consumer applications, for the last 10 years, they moved from on-prem to central cloud. That's what I call it as data moved from on-prem to where the compute facilities were. And the compute facilities were existing in data center or central cloud. That was last 10 years. But next 10 years, the trend is reverse. Now the next 10 years, the compute is moving closer to the data sources. Means you will see the compute processing all over, depending on the workload characteristics. And those characteristics are mainly driven by ultra-low latency. Now all of a sudden you're seeing micro data centers in a decentralized architecture. So that's the next paradigm shift. That's where you can see massive innovation from students, faculty, scientists in realizing that convergence to take that leapfrog in driving this confluence of these technologies. So the second thing that we are seeing in terms of trends, the 2G, 3G was more physical, hardware based. 4G was more virtualization. Professor Gumas is one of the well-known experts, he knows, driven by NFV, network function virtualization. Now 5G is moving towards cloud native. With that, you can see the unit of scaling coming down. The unit of scaling in physical world is more appliances and chassis, and the application development used to be years. You know, if you want to look for a feature or application to be developed, it used to take years together. But as you move towards a container world, the application development is very rapid. It's a matter of days. And the unit of scaling is application services, because now you're doing virtualization at operating system level. You know, the kernel level virtualization happening in the container world. Then the third trend we are seeing is, as you can see, there are 4 layers: connectivity, compute, control, and content. In the 1980s, 1990s, when 2G was prevalent in connectivity, and 2G used to be circuit switched, more centralized architecture, whereas the compute used to be more mainframe, and the control theory, some of you know very well, symbolic AI. Professor Raju Reddy used to do AI at CMU. That was more rule-based, symbolic AI. And applications used to be monolithic. And the interesting thing is the innovation across these 4 layers, I call it as connectivity, compute, and control and content. The innovation was isolated. They were not interconnected at all. Innovation in 2G was different from mainframe, different from control and content. Now, as we move towards 5G, the innovation is very much tightly coupled. In order to realize what this summit is talking about, interconnectivity with intelligence. Interconnectivity provided by 5G technology, and the intelligence is provided by compute and control theory coming together with content slash applications running on top of that stack. So such kind of convergence is happening, and I call it as 4 C's. Content, control, compute, and connectivity. The convergence of 4 C's is happening to realize that intelligent and interconnected world. And you can see how the journey happened between 2G and 5G, where these layers are slowly converging, but with 5G, all 4 layers are converging. Now, moving towards a distributed era, with 5G, first thing is that we are applying SDN and NFV. Just to give an idea, SDN, software-defined networking, and NFV stands for network function virtualization. So the idea is to apply 4 principles or 4 constructs on the 5G network. First construct is that how do we abstract the hardware from underlying software, as Professor Gumasta mentioned about SDN startups. So first is abstraction of hardware from underlying software. Second one is a programmability. How do we make that network much more programmable and adaptable? Third one is virtualizing that network elements. And fourth one is orchestration. How do we realize these 4 constructs, applying SDN and NFV in 5G network to slice that 5G network? Take one physical 5G network and slice it across into multiple virtual networks to realize IoT applications. Then the second thing is that how do we bring edge compute on top of 5G infrastructure to realize the mission critical IoT applications, to especially process the latency sensitive. Then the third one is to bring that intelligence due to machine learning, not only to do the inferencing on the workloads, but also to optimize the network in terms of automation as well as optimizing the network performance. So this is where the distributed cloud comes in, bringing that connectivity with 5G, slice that 5G network with SDN and NFV to accommodate IoT applications on each slice, then bringing the compute to process the data that's coming on each slice for realizing low latency applications closer to the data sources, then applying the AI machine learning to realize the actionable insights to monetize, as well as automate and optimize the network. Now, when you look at 5G network, you have devices, you have got customer premises equipment, then you got cell sites or base stations, then you got aggregation nodes, and then other platforms here. I'm trying to see, can you see entire screen here?
Yes,
Okay. Now, what the goal is that how do we take that central cloud resources, so-called compute resources, and integrate that compute resources across each one of these edge locations? Could it be for some reason the screen disappeared. Okay, here it is. So how do we embed these compute resources across each one of these edge locations? Edge locations being either customer premises or remote network edge or aggregation edge or even telco edge. The idea is to bring that cloud resources on top of these connectivity resources, and that is mainly driven by the delay latency or to reduce the bandwidth cost, or in some cases there are certain regulatory and privacy issues that is driving the customers to process the data closer to the devices within the complex without leaving the complex to the central cloud. So that's on the edge compute or distributed compute side. And when you apply distributed AI on top of that, so when it comes to distributed AI in a distributed cloud, you got 4.
Excuse me, sir, your slides are not shared.
Oh, you can't see the slides. Can you see the slides?
So the slides were coming up, now they are coming.
No, they're not coming.
Professor Kazi, are you? Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, it's yes.
Okay, got it. So now all of a sudden, now you can see in this slide, how do we apply distributed AI on top of it? You need connectivity to transport the data from point A to point B. You need the compute to process that data at the point B location. Now you need AI machine learning to really apply training and inferencing to extract the value and come up with actionable insights on the data. So one is to transport the data, second thing is to process the data, third one is to extract the value out of the data through AI. So that's the reason convergence of connectivity, compute, and control theory is essential. Now, if you look at this slide, left side, you can see 4 deployment scenarios: cloud to cloud, cloud to edge to cloud, and edge to edge. Then the rightmost column gives different use cases: smart city use case, industrial IoT use case such as predictive maintenance, self-driving cars, surveillance systems. So each one of these use cases have got different bandwidth and latency delay characteristics. So now in the middle you see data characteristics, model characteristics, and enabling technologies. So there are certain workloads that requires massive amount of bandwidth, at the same time that requires ultra low latency. In such scenarios, we should do edge to edge, where you will not only do the training at the edge, you can do inferencing at the edge because of the low latency. But there are some workloads that are bandwidth intensive but not really low latency. They can suffer some latency. In such cases, we can do both training and inferencing at the central cloud instead of doing at the edge cloud. And you can see how we can do training, inferencing at different locations depending on the characteristics of the workload. In some cases, we may be doing training in the central cloud, but inferencing at the edge cloud. You see? So that is the essence of distributed AI. Distributed AI is, so far for the last 10 years, we were doing both learning, training, and inferencing in the central cloud. But now with 5G and edge compute, we are running workloads at different locations within the network. So how do we decentralize that AI so that we can do decentralized learning, training, and inferencing based on the workload characteristics? Now, what sort of research challenges exist? Now you are all of a sudden, in the previous world, everything was interdependent in the 2G, 3G world, but now in the 5G world, connectivity, compute, control theory, and the content, they're all converging. And that convergence brings an interesting research challenges. And I was really happy to hear Professor Ashutosh Sharma talking about hubs, creation of hubs. That is very key because the creation of hubs need to really look at the research challenges at the confluence of these technologies, confluence of 5G, distributed compute, distributed AI, and the microservices. So the challenges are, how do we do AI-driven service chaining, depending on the application characteristics? How do we secure the connectivity? How do we secure the compute infrastructure? How do we secure the AI machine learning data models? And how do we secure those applications itself in order to realize the trustworthiness of the system, because they are becoming critical infrastructure for the country? How do we do the multi-layered security? How do we enable programmability with APIs across all the layers so that we can provide that zero touch with one single API call? You can provision all the resources across this 4-layered stack. How do we drive that in distributed AI? Right now, AI is heavily centralized. How do we drive distributed AI and then still provide explainability? Suppose AI comes up with certain inference and an actionable insight, but in certain industrial IoT use cases, we need to have what's the rationale for that action, why that AI system has made certain decision, and what's the rationale for the decision. So that means there should be some explainability attached. Then real-time edge inference. Edge inference has to be done within milliseconds for certain mission-critical applications. That's very critical. And now, how do we do operations? In the cloud-native world, we talk about DevOps. In the security world, we talk about DevSecOps. In the AI world, we talk about AIOps. How these various operations are going to come together. How we can have a unified operations across end-to-end systems to realize that interconnected systems and devices. How we can have that harmonized, unified operation system across these 4 layers. Energy efficiency, sustainability and energy. How we can drive a balance between energy efficiency, bandwidth, and low latency in a system of this convergence. How do we do closed loop automation and service assurance? Professor, I think Dr. Saraswat mentioned autonomicity, how we can have autonomic networks, autonomic services. So how can we drive that closed loop automation and service assurance? Networks pump a lot of data in terms of logs, alarms, traps. How do we take the data? How do we come up with certain actionable insights and drive that assurance back to our networks? And how do we extend this? How do you come up with the digital twins of these new systems or new converged systems to represent the digital replica of that? And how do we drive that AI-based dynamic network slicing? So these are the research challenges. I'll just pause for 1 minute if there are any questions before I conclude with one more slide. This is a very important slide.
Malik sir, the questions are coming through chat only. So, and we have one person assigned for that. So I suggest let's complete this session, and then if there are any questions we can ask.
Got it. Certainly. So what are the 10 major technological forces that are going to shape up this interconnected, intelligent, and sustainable world that aligns with what Dr. Ashish Summit is about? I think starting with that interconnectivity, that is a fundamental thing to start with. The 4G created mobile broadband. Now 5G is going to extend that connectivity to connect all sorts of IoT devices, sensors, actuators, PLCs, and so on. So extending that ubiquitous connectivity to connect all the IoT devices, trillions of sensors, and those trillions of sensors are generating massive amount of data, and how you can apply AI to extract the value from that data coming from sensors to take actionable insights. Then you need the cloud and edge compute to process that massive amount of data. Then you need trustworthiness of system, because this infrastructure is becoming critical infrastructure for the country. So you need that security and trustworthiness of that infrastructure. Then that leads to cyber physical system. Now you have digital and physical world. How do we convert this digital and physical world with the backend processes with cyber physical systems? That brings up a new ways of interactions. Now we have AR, VR, mixed reality type of interactions. How that can be imposed within the cyber physical systems. That coupled with advancements in quantum computing that's coming up to continue to drive this computing power, but not to discount everything has to be energy efficient with alternate energy technologies. And smart materials. Smart materials is a very interesting subject, although I'm not expert, but smart materials is a way to come up with the sensors and actuators with adaptive materials that can adapt to the environment conditions. So it's a very interesting research field. So these are the 10 technologies that are going to shape that next interconnectivity, intelligent, sustainable world. And my suggestion and advice to all of you is that the exponential innovation is going to happen at the intersection of these technologies. That is a way to focus, that if we are creating the hubs for various technologies, we need to make sure that we look at that interconnection of these technologies, because that's where the gaps are, that's where the massive exponential innovation can be made. I think that concludes my presentation, Dr. Ashish.
Thanks, sir. I think you have raised your slides and elaborated on a lot of points that can be considered for future research. Indeed, when we talk about the interconnected intelligent systems, then we have to consider a lot of these materials like AI, IoT, and clouds that you have mentioned. Some of the very generic questions that come up when we discuss this, there are two basic issues. One is many people ask, like, because cloud is like means ubiquitous sort of thing, where a lot of data privacy issues arises. So how do you see that? That is my one question. And similarly, like in general, because cyber threats have increased manifolds, and even during the coronavirus time, we have been hearing that the attacks, cyber attacks, like was especially very high during the last few months. So what type of architectures or what type of frameworks are being discussed for these clouds and IoT and future architectures? So we don't have time, we are running short of time, but if you can just spend another 5 minutes on them, so we'll be really pleased hearing to you. You are not audible, sir. Malik sir, you are not audible.
Okay, I have not done anything.
Now, yeah, now you are audible.
So security is very critical, and especially when we move towards distributed multi-cloud, we have to look at end-to-end security. We need to look at securing the devices, in this case IoT devices or even smartphones. We need to think about securing the infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, in this case, we need to secure the 5G network. we need to secure the cloud native infrastructure, and not to discount, we need to secure the data models, all the AI machine learning data models. And we need to secure the applications. So we have to look at security end to end, as you said. We cannot look at security in silo. The moment we look at security in silo, we are opening up the gap for attackers to attack. So to me, I call it as DNA. D stands for devices, N stands for network, and A stands for applications. So we need to secure devices, network, and applications across the board. So in this new world, major research for some of you who are working, think about securing these 4 layers. What does it mean to secure the 5G connectivity? What does it mean to secure that compute infrastructure? What does it mean to secure the control theory, which is AI, machine learning, data models, algorithms, and data itself, in terms of data privacy and data governance? And then what does it mean to secure the applications running on top of that? I think that itself is a major research area.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was indeed a pleasure hearing you on the latest topics. And
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll talk more on this during the main conference and can have a longer discussion and a lot of questions. So once again, thanks to you.
Thank you everyone, and I hope it's useful, and please feel free to contact me if you need any more information. But thanks, Dr. Ashish. Thank you, Professor Ashwin Gumaste. Thank you all.
Right, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I now have our next speaker, Mr. Kaushal Solanki. Is Mr. Kaushal Solanki there? Kaushal Solanki ji.
Yes, I am here.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me give a word about you. So, Mr. Kaushal Solanki is the CEO of a very interesting startup by the name iNook, and is based in the US. So he started his this startup journey on a very typical sort of, after a very typical experience, and so this iNook is basically based on your AI, and it's an example of a very practical, like how AI can be used for our simple and very useful applications. So I invite Kaushalji to initiate his talk, and so over to me. Fine.
Great. Thank you for having me here, and congratulations on this amazing program. I'm delighted to share a very practical angle, like, how do you take the artificial intelligence and bring it to the real world, especially in a field like healthcare. So as this conference is about intelligent system, and what's more rewarding than applying these intelligent system to healthcare applications. So I'll talk about iNook going from a startup with almost with no resources to real world deployments. Again, my name is Kaushal Solanki, and I'm founder and CEO of iNook. So as we go into these applications, what is really worrying is that hundreds of millions of people are at risk of silently blinding diseases. And what I mean is that people are losing vision without any symptoms, and one day they just wake up without, with vision loss. Diabetic retinopathy with over 400 million people at risk, glaucoma with nearly 900 million people at risk, macular degeneration with over 600 million people at risk. And it's not just the numbers. I was myself, when I, after I got my PhD working at a startup company, And one day I go to an optometrist across the street and he identifies me as a glaucoma suspect. So this whole company started with me experiencing this healthcare scare, and with the best insurance I had, with the best health insurance I had here in California, I still had to wait 4.5 months to get an appointment. And as I researched on this more, so those, I turned out to be fine. But this experience really lived in me. And as I researched this more, I realized that my father, who had, diabetes, who has been teacher in Kendriya Vidyalaya all his life, so he had that education, but still not enough to know that his eyes are at risk. And why is this so? That's because current diagnostic approach for eye diseases is not scalable. There's months of wait time. We do not have enough eye care professionals. And this is an area, as I realized, where AI, which is my expertise, could really be applied to make a difference in the real world. So the solution is to use artificial intelligence to provide disease detection at the point of care at scale without needing all these specialists. And that's why we set out and to found INET and to develop software for screening, monitoring, and risk prediction of these chronic disease complications. Now, the advantages are that you get instantaneous results, you get expert level care instantaneously without needing any specialist, without needing dilation. You're just taking picture of the back of the eye, and I'll tell you more about it. So as we take a step back as to how many ways can AI help healthcare providers, and we are talking about these intelligent systems, but we are also talking about our healthcare, which is most dear to us. And as we think about it, I believe the first one is this what I call error check AI, where it is like a spell check for healthcare providers. It checks your work for error as you do your regular work. And the second one is autonomous AI, where it's really a flagship application with fully automated screening, where actually you could go and replace a doctor and actually allow scaling for all these routine tasks like detection of diseases and the like. And finally, the third one is what I call superpower AI. That really gives you superpowers, literally a flying suit, if you will let these healthcare providers do things that are not possible otherwise. And as we look at INET's approach to AI in healthcare, we look at these three dimensions. So the first one is what I call iScreen, which is this error check AI that works in the background. If a healthcare provider may have made mistakes, just like spell check, it flags it, and you could send this for adjudication and correct that diagnosis. So makes them really much more productive. The second is IART, our flagship autonomous AI system, where now you could do eye screening without needing expert ophthalmologist or eye care experts, and would allow me back in time getting this glaucoma screening results right away rather than waiting 4.5 months. So and the third that we are developing is called iMark, which is a superpower AI. It could do things that doctors cannot do. It can really extend them into clinical scales that are not possible otherwise, and lead to predictive and preventative biomarkers. So what we are doing is launching different disease indications, and we're starting with diabetic retinopathy, but we have plans to add other diseases like AMD and glaucoma, which I talked about, but also cataract. These together are some of the top blinding diseases in the world. But then we could also go and work with Alzheimer's disease or cardiovascular disease. And why diabetic retinopathy? It's because 425 million people have diabetes. They are vulnerable to vision loss without any symptoms. Diabetic retinopathy can lead to, it is actually the leading cause of working age adults. So people in their 40s and 50s and sometimes in 30s are losing vision And this vision loss can be prevented if detected early, but only a small minority of patients are receiving their screening. Now we have an opportunity using technology, using artificial intelligence to save thousands of years of person years of sight, to save millions of dollars. And if we were to be able to screen this 400 million plus people today, and which is slated to grow to 600 million very soon, automation is the only way. In India, there are 8 crore people living with diabetes. So the solution is our first offering. It is a fully automated point-of-care diabetic retinopathy screening solution where it's a fully autonomous system. So you really don't need a doctor to do these diagnoses, and that leads to very difficult regulatory challenges. As in the FDAs of the world are not really happy, or they want to check things multiple times before approving. And so I'm really proud to say that IART has received, we've gone through this journey, IART has received clearance in multiple markets globally, including FDA in the US, CE marking for the Europe, Health Canada license for Canada, and most countries accept FDA or European licenses. So in short, IART is available almost everywhere globally. And let me take a minute to talk about IART's potential in India. And we are really doing a lot of work in India, which has been my home country. Nearly 8 crore people are living with diabetes, and 1 in 6 adults, unfortunately, with diabetes come from India. And screening can be done at primary care centers. It can really go into rural areas to improve these screening rates. We can train live technicians to operate, and we have similar experience, which I'll briefly touch upon in other countries like Armenia, where we are doing national screening, where this can really make a difference. So now let me just take a minute to take a step back again and tell you all about INET's journey, because that's part of what Kamal Rekhi said earlier today is startup. We need a lot more entrepreneurship. We need a lot more INETs and a lot more of other companies that at the same time with solid audience that has technology background. I'll go into some more details of the AI. So, as I briefly told you, INET was founded after my own health scare back in 2010, nearly 10 years back. With INET began operations, in a corner of my studio apartments. We took a very scientific approach initially and applied, created collaborations with top institutes and doctors, got NIH grants approved. With this grant funding, we got a solid team of PhDs who got us a number of patents granted. We got CE marking. We started talking to FDA, and we also made progress working with National Health Services in UK, who conducted what they call health technology assessment, where they compared IART with a number of different technologies and found us to be the best. We took a major undertaking in 2017 when a multi-center prospective clinical trial for IART was launched. And we also are proud to have the largest retrospective study of over 100,000 consecutive patients conducted and published. We got Health Canada license, but best of all, last month in August, after years of work, we got FDA clearance for IART. So all this while, INET has been driven by its mission to screen every eye in the world to ensure timely diagnosis of life and vision-threatening diseases. So all our decisions, be it our infrastructure, as the talked about, operations. So we looked at very solid IT infrastructure. We developed commercially. We developed partnerships across the world so that this technology is accessible to everyone. We had a multidisciplinary team. Even as a small company, we set up subsidiaries in global markets just so we can make this technology accessible to everyone and screen every eye in the world. Today, INET is headquartered in Los Angeles. We have a subsidiary in UK. We have global regulatory approvals. one thing I'm really proud of is that we didn't go traditional route of raising a lot of venture funding. We actually got prestigious grants from NIH that helped develop this technology. As I said, we have issued patent, extensive validation, and really a diverse set of team with advanced degrees, including PhDs. So now switching gears to the technology itself, as in, we have this system that is designed to do things that doctors do. So it better be safe. And how do we ensure that a new technology is safe? And it's good science and a lot of proper testing. And that applies to everything else that we, as humans have mastered. How do we know flying in planes is safe? It's because we have developed it with nice technology, but also thousands of hours of flight testing under different conditions. So as we develop a new startup, we're looking at, especially a technology-focused startup. What I focus on is good science and a lot of proper testing. And what do I mean by good science? And how do we went about developing this system? It is a full system and not just an algorithm. We acquired deep insights into screening, diagnosis, management. We created collaborations with top institutes. We worked very closely with clinicians to characterize these clinical features. We looked at variability in images. We designed clinically aligned machine learning architectures that can handle this variability. And what we did was we collected images from real world with expert assessment, made sure all the race and ethnicities were captured, and that allowed us to get really solid system. And then we went about developing explainability techniques. As a system again that's doing things what doctor does, we cannot just have a black box. And Dr. Malik also talked about explainability being very important, and this is a great example of where it is important to build the trust. We also built a lot of storage and infrastructure. We could handle large amounts of data, and our engineers could tune these systems and do research experiments very, very quickly. That gave us an edge in this development process. And finally, we went out and validated extensively and independently. We gave this system to top clinicians globally for that. Now, as we look at the development process, we had a number of different deep learning architectures, which we worked closely with clinicians who would look at these outputs, and some of them progressed to the next level, where then we again optimize them jointly to develop eye level and patient level outputs, not just image level. And finally, we again went back to the clinicians and repeated the process in a very closed loop setting to develop this kind of system. So, and the second thing that I talked about is, there's good science, but what is very important is a lot of proper testing. And I'm really proud to say that INET's offerings are powered by the most extensively validated AI in the world. We have the largest AI prospective study with over 30,000 patients independently done by researchers from the UK, where they tested over 30,000 patients, and even in this large set, we got 100% sensitivity. In other words, we detected 100% of patients who actually had disease. We topped with a large margin and head-to-head comparison study. We also had another study that independently showed that 100% sensitivity. In the US, we conducted the largest AI in healthcare study with over 100,000 patients. And as you see, we take this proper testing very seriously. And most of all, what I'm quite proud of is this multi-center prospective clinical trial with really a God level reference standard that also gave us a lot of attention globally, including on front page of Times of India and many of the global newspapers with very high sensitivity and specificity. So now, let me switch gears for a moment to the global impact of IART. Now, we are doing all this, we developed this system, why are we doing it? And to see the fruits of our labor with the system being deployed globally. And the first thing I want to start with is talking about UK National Health Service Screening Program. So UK is pretty unique. It's the only major country. I talked about diabetic retinopathy being the leading cause of blindness in working age adults. Now, UK is the only country where this is not so. And that's because they're screening over 80% of their population, nearly 2.5 million of their patients. And that's because they have this screening program that is working well, but they have so many patients' images to be screened consistently and correctly. And that's where we come in. We won this public tender. This was a competitive tender. We conducted largest prospective study and a number of different studies. And as a result, I'm proud to say that INEC is the front-runner AI tool for their live grading in this prestigious program. I also wanted to talk about another national screening program we are involved in, which is Armenian National Screening Program in collaboration with World Diabetes Foundation, where Armenian Eye Care Project, or AECP, has screened nearly 16,000 people, and they're screening as we speak, where 8,500 were diagnosed. And I'm happy to see, it's really gratifying to know that over 1,200 people sites were saved for over 1,200 people. In Germany, one of the largest diabetes clinic is using IART, and we continue to expand in Germany as we speak. In Italy, we participated in a national screening program where 25 different centers used IART in a very, very prestigious government of Italy sponsored program. In the US, a lot of US institutions are rapidly moving towards adoption, and it's American Medical Association, American Academy of Ophthalmology, American Diabetes Association, American Telemedicine Association, Center of Medicare Services. All these organizations are very, very positive towards AI, and specifically towards AI for detection of diabetic retinopathy, which we bring to the table. And now that we have FDA clearance, we are moving towards massive deployments in the US. Now, as you know, we look at what we have been doing so far. It's really exciting to tell you what's next for us. And what's next for us is this AI platform for retinal image analysis being broadly applicable to chronic diseases beyond AI. And it's because human retina is the only organ in human body where you can look at microvasculature and you can look at central nervous system. So the optic nerve head that you see, the bright spot, is actually an extension of the brain. So you could detect all these vision-threatening diseases, but also cardiovascular disease, hypertension, stroke, Alzheimer's disease, and the like. And that really gives us a very interesting and exciting platform to continue our mission to transition the world to preventative and predictive healthcare. And how are we doing it? So, on the top left, you're seeing IART as a system that's already available today. And we are adding full vertical automation. And what I mean by that is integration with these medical devices like cameras to the other end with the use of cloud-based technologies to enable patients to have full control of their health. So we are building patient-facing applications, and we are adding these disease indications like AMD, glaucoma, cardiovascular risk, and the like. That in the end gives an end-to-end screening system that gives power to these patients for multiple different disease conditions, and let them decide how they are managing their health, and hopefully that will help us in our mission. But we are not stopping there. Now, as these patients come in every year, we can create new clinical standards with automated longitudinal analysis. Now we can look at smallest of changes that's happening in their retina and their images, which cannot be done manually today, that can lead to completely new clinical standards, which can be even more predictive. And as a result, finally, we will get an end-to-end system with full vertical integration that can predict beyond current clinical measures. And we circle it back to give that power, give that information back to the patient, whether they are living in India or Armenia or the US, they can have that power to then hopefully transition the world to predictive and preventative healthcare. What's next is also to realize our vision to screen every eye in the world. I talked about it before, and we have been tested. IAP has been tested on over 500,000 patients, over 2 million retinal images in 5 continents. We have a global base of users, but there is still a lot of gray that you see in this map, which is where we want to go. We have gotten a lot of recognition everywhere in the world, including Economic Times calling IART a medical marvel. And we are very proud of that, but a lot of work still remains to be done. With that, I would once again like to thank everyone, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you, especially Ashish Ji, for coordinating this, and thanks to Department of Science and Technology for enabling this.
Right. Thank you, Kaushalji. Thank you indeed. I'm sure it's quite late in US, so you have taken all the pains to speak us live. So we are quite encouraged by that. Is Mr. Dr. Shirlekar is there?
Yeah, yes, I am online.
Shirlekar sir, do we have any questions for?
Yeah, I just have one. So Kaushal, looks like very good work. My only question, which may have been asked otherwise, is how do you deal with the fact that machine learning can sometimes fail spectacular? See, normally there have been experiments, for example, for image recognition, where they have shown that most of the time, once in a while it fails very badly, and you don't know why it has failed. So when it comes to diagnosis in the medical field, this is a critical problem. So how do you handle it?
Absolutely. I think this is a great question. And, as you said, I get this question a lot. And that is, it is correct that as we build smarter and smarter deep learning systems, it gets harder and harder to explain what's going on inside. And sometimes it is known to fail spectacularly. And that's why I went through that development process where we are significantly minimizing the risk of that happening by putting clinicians in the loop at every step, so that we not only make a decision, but we also explain why these systems made these decisions. We in fact went out of the way to invent new explainability techniques for these for these medical images that can allow us to do that. And as a result, now we have a system where we have significantly minimized the risk of spectacular failure. And this has, and that's one element of it. The other element is also very practical, and that's why I talked about lot of proper testing. So think about the analogy of an airplane. So, we have developed, humans have developed this technology over many years, and a lot of testing coupled with smart design that eliminates these errors is the way to go. And so that's why we went out and tested the system on hundreds of thousands of patients. So together, we believe that we have a system that significantly reduces this risk.
Okay, yeah, actually that analogy with airplanes in terms of amount of testing is valid, but airplanes, why they fly and why they have problems and so on is explained through established physics. So when they fail, through physics analysis why they failed. If that you can do with deep learning, then that is a significant contribution.
Yeah, and we know that today, many or most of these deep learning systems are still black boxes by definition. And that is still an evolving area of research where we have contributed to these explainability techniques from a very fundamental standpoint. And even then, extensive testing is necessary and very, very important, including prospective testing, to ensure that these systems continue to be safe and effective.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess we...
Sorry, I was mute. I will just repeat. Kaushalji, this subject of AI and healthcare are indeed very important domains that has a lot of potentials and possibilities. So yours is one of the best example how the two can be clubbed. But all the same, there are some generic questions like, so one of the question is that one of our user has asked is what are the ethical challenges of AI in healthcare industry, and I will put the both the questions to you, and you can answer them in brief. We are running a bit late, but it's okay. The second question is AI is shaping the future of healthcare. What are some of the best practices in enterprise grade AI for healthcare organizations? You can we can have 5 minutes for two questions.
Sure, happy to. So I think the first question on ethical principles that apply to AI is very, very important one. And one of the first things that you all know is about AI or machine learning in general is, it is as good as what you feed it in. So making sure that these AI systems generalize to all the races, gender, and the population is very important. And that is an area that we designed for from the very beginning, where we make sure the data sets went into our system are representative of all the races. So, the term that more commonly used with respect to that is equity. And we want to make sure that any healthcare AI that is developed is equitable. And in fact, most of the AI today is still assistive AI. So, it actually is designed for a doctor to assist a doctor. But what I discussed today, the autonomous AI, is really groundbreaking in that sense. It has the potential from a practical standpoint to really unlock the cost savings, the accessibility issues and all that, and that makes these ethical issues even more important. And we are, we learned on the job over the past 10 years, made sure that, the systems remain equitable. We've gone through, again, I go back to a lot of testing, for lack of, as a practical point, as an engineer, we want to go out and do these testings, and that's what we do. We have done clinical trials in India, in Africa, in Europe, in Asia, in Latin America, and all these places to make sure that the AI that we have developed is equitable. The prospective clinical trials really also help ensure that the ethical principles are met. And going to the second question on what are the best practices for developing AI in these enterprise environments, it's really we do need to follow the privacy and security regulations that are out there, and that also is something very different from any other branch of AI. As in, you get all these data sets, you get one thing and it also goes back to the ethical principle that we are dealing with people. It's not just a data. It's actually every image represents a person, and so in terms of best practices, it is this security privacy, following these standards. For example, INAC has to, comply with a number of ISO standards, including, ISO 13485 and the like, and we very religiously follow that as a medical device, as a software medical device. And so every enterprise is going to be different. Healthcare is one of the most restrictive with respect to patient privacy, with respect to these ethical considerations and the like. So hopefully that answers these questions.
Right, Kaushik, thanks a lot from on behalf of DST and our team. It was excellent experience to hear you. We'll be looking forward to you when our main conference is there, so we can have some more insights from you, as well as some tips for many startups that are coming up in India. I am pleased to inform you that India is on the verge of a startup revolution, and the government of India is trying to boost that environment in many ways. So we shall be looking forward to your inputs and insights going forward. So
I would very much look forward to, and so please feel free to connect with me or contact me. And as you said, I'm personally very excited and happy about the startup revolution that's happening in India, and I would like to urge anyone thinking about startups, look at healthcare. Our people need technology, any technology that we can throw to make sure they're safe and healthy. So thank you very much again.
Okay, so can we have our next speaker, Mr. Alok Srivastava? Alok Srivastava is global head in L&T Next, and he will be talking about how the company, that is L&T, has been using and leveraging AI as well as your ML, that is machine language, for industrial IoTs, along with a lot of case studies. This is a very important, topic that Alokji has considered, because at the end of the day, everything comes down to how we can apply a particular concept or emerging technologies to our basic and industry applications, particularly industrial applications. It is L&T has been in the forefront of applying technologies and doing a lot of innovations. So I will pass on now to Srivastava to start his talk, and let's start it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashish. I hope you can hear me.
Sure, yeah, we can hear you.
And can you see my slide?
Yeah, we can see it.
Thank you so much. So let me start by saying, thank you for the opportunity and to speak in this August forum. Trying to see if my slide is. There is some problem. The slide is not moving to the next one. Let me just try again.
It has come now.
Yeah, it's moving now. So basically, L&T Next is part of the L&T group, and we basically have been undertaking this journey for the last 4 years in the L&T group, led by our CEO, Mr. S.N. Subramaniam, and our Chief Digital Officer, Mr. Ananta Saina, who is also on this call as a participant. So we have been lucky to have sponsorship from our leadership team to actually try out a lot of new technologies which are leading edge in industrial space. And that's what I'm going to focus my discussion on how we leverage AI, ML, and analytics to solve our business issues, which are actually deployed at scale in most of our businesses, whether it is construction sites or it is our manufacturing facilities. So in terms of our offerings, we are spread across right from understanding our business requirements of our internal businesses and external customers to creating our own digital solutions and not depending too much on what is available in the market, because in any case, each problem that we solve is unique in many ways. And so we, over the last 4 years, have been developing our own capabilities in digital space across many, many spheres. And we have a big team sitting out of Chennai, Mumbai, Pune, largely, who are developing these applications. And the people that we have today are experts in their own areas, in these niche areas like industrial IoT solutions, where we work through sensors and devices. And we have, in fact, designed our own ruggedized IoT gateway, which is doing its own edge computing. And obviously, the heart of everything that we do is AI ML. We've done a lot of smart manufacturing deployments in our factories across the country. And we have developed a lot of solutions around worker safety and availability. So I'll speak about some of that, as we progress, and I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide. As I was saying, we have our own applications because these solutions or products, as we call them, are basically solving problems in niche areas in industrial IoT, in industrial automation. And in terms of the deployment scale, that you can see in the slide, it is massive. We have been able to connect something like 11,000 plant and equipment across our company. And that itself is huge. We've been able to onboard about 300,000 workers on our platform, which I'll talk about in length later on. And we manage online projects through this application across the country and some even overseas. In terms of geospatial technologies, which is a very niche area, we are very proud that we have data scientists and geospecialists, geophysicists in our team who are able to do breakthrough work in this space, which very few companies in India are even looking at in terms of photogrammetry and LiDAR, 3D BIM integration, all of that. So if you look at our focus, we are working with a lot of manufacturing accounts across the world, both in discrete and process manufacturing. A big area of focus is energy utilities, transportation logistics, and engineering construction. The first three verticals, is where a lot of action is already happening across the world in terms of digitalization and IoT adoption. Construction and engineering is an area where very few companies have even ventured out. And this was the bold step taken by our group CEO, Mr. SNS, who actually started looking at saying, this is the oldest business that we have, in the group, and this is, where we should be focusing on to see how we can transform construction, which is all physical work happening in sites, into a digital world. Moving on, so in manufacturing, we have solutions that start right from inbound logistics of raw material supply to the sites or to the plants, to outbound logistics of finished goods, in-plant, digital interventions in terms of what we do on the shop floor in terms of improving the overall equipment effectiveness, predicting failures of machines, energy management, quality management. And connected quality is a big area. So for example, we put vision cameras and we do analytics on the quality of products that are being produced in the shop floor or are being packaged. And we're able to take out anomalies by using AI/ML models and reject the the goods that have anomalies in them out of the production line. And as I said, we've done a lot of work in worker safety. So even the safety of workers working in hazardous industries or in hazardous conditions inside a plant or on a construction site is something that we do at scale. And I'll talk about that in a minute. Similarly, I will not go through each slide in detail, but just wanted to give you a flavor that for every industry, obviously, the adoption of digital technologies is at a different level of maturity, and the solutions required even for those are quite different. So when you talk about smart worker and safety in a power generation company, it is very different from what you would do in a safety in a construction site or inside a plant, because here you're dealing with high voltage, for example. Right? So the use cases are very different, but the application of technology in terms of how do you save lives, for example, is the common theme behind all of those solutions that we bring to the table. In terms of power generation, whether it's thermal or it is gas power generation or renewables like wind farms and solar farms, we have as a company, as L&T as a group, we build all of this all over the world, right? And that's where we get a chance to go and start deploying these new technologies at scale. Even though the customers may not be wanting it, we as a group have gone and proposed solutions for those projects in our own by our own investment, and we have made those investments very consciously to see how we can bring additional efficiencies into these projects, and how we can help serve the customers better. And I'll again go a little bit deeper later. But again, similarly in utilities, which is can be water, it can be gas, or it can be power distribution. We have a lot of solutions where IoT is used in a very, very massive manner. And IoT basically means you get data from sensors and devices from existing PLC systems or historians, or or retrofitting sensors in machines which are not having those data sources, like vibration, temperature, flow, etc., and take data into a common data lake where you can do analytics on top of that and come out with insights. For example, to predict failures, of such machines, or to look at balance useful life of such machines and be able to use them, for a longer period of time instead of replacing it as per, for example, OEM norms, or even replacing it in another extreme. If the OEM has said you replace this machine, say, in every 7 years or 20 years, but if you're seeing that the machine is actually being overused, then the system itself tells you that you should be replacing it now and not wait for the OEM recommended life cycle. Right? So that is again, on the utility side. On transportation logistics, again, a lot of technology used, whether it is looking at all the, the vehicles and machines that are deployed, in a transportation logistics company, especially the trucks, right? And being able to predict every morning, out of a fleet of 2,000 trucks, for example, how many of them are in a condition to be deployed on the road the next morning. So your planning becomes very accurate. You don't have unplanned shutdown of such vehicles, and your commitment to customers in terms of delivery on time is met every single time. Similarly, a lot of work on yards and warehouse operations that we do in terms of inventory management and tracking. And this is the last one, but not the least. We do a lot of work in construction area in terms of digitalizing the world's most neglected, I would say, space in the world is, construction sites in terms of adoption of digital technology. I mean, of course, the machines themselves are becoming more and more intelligent. For example, excavators today, there are companies who supply autonomous escalators and autonomous dumpers, which can move, of course, in a site which is to be designed properly in a different way so that these autonomous vehicles can work in that site. But people are moving towards, modernizing their equipment. But what happens to the overall project? How do you really digitize that? Is where we have spent last 4 years, and we really mastered that art. If you look at right from doing a survey of a site before you start the construction, by flying a drone or flying a helicopter or taking a vehicle on the terrain that you're mapping, creating very, very accurate maps which can be with an accuracy of 2 to 3 millimeter difference. But that's the accuracy we have been able to develop in terms of mapping the sites, and that of course leads us to a lot of benefits in terms of proper estimations of the equipment and material required to build the project, whether it's a pipeline, whether it's a power plant or an oil and gas plant, etc. To be able to predict how this can be maintained over a period of time. So again, right from that to including complete project management, the last mile capture of projects, what happens in those, to managing all the connected assets on sites, all the plant and machinery equipment on the construction sites, to tracking all the material, that is coming inside this, sites, whether it's a manufacturing plant or a construction site, to again looking at the workers, worker solutions in terms of worker onboarding, worker availability, and safety. And I'll just go into a little bit of depth on this in the next 10 minutes, and then I will open it up for questions. So if you look at our solutions that we have developed and deployed, and I gave you a flavor of all the industries we captured in the previous slides, this talks about the 5 big areas, where we have spent a lot of effort in building our capabilities, our manpower, our skills, and our solutions. And that's basically assets, materials, geospatial, projects, and worker. And I will just spend a couple of minutes on each, and then I will start the question session. So if you look at the kind of machines that we have been able to monitor and instrument. These start from things like, in the construction site, it could be dumpers, it can be excavators, batching plants, concrete mixers in a construction site, to even high-end machines like, boring and welding machines in a manufacturing unit, or even in transportation, we've been able to instrument some of the milling machines, etc., that, we have actually, where we build our own, railways division, the tracks for the railways, for example. Right? So across the value chain, we have been able to instrument a very different kind of machines, so about 40 unique types of machines. And a unique machine would be dumper is different, uniquely different from, say, batching plant, right? And about 400 plus makes and models is the experience we carry in this team that sits out of Chennai in Bombay. In terms of the level of work we do when we talk about instrumenting a machine, we first look at, what is the business outcome that you want from that machine. So, for example, a tower crane, what we wanted to measure was obviously, the load that it lifts, the number of times it lifts the load, and then safety aspects, looking at the wind speed, the XY inclination, all of that, the height under the hook for safety aspects, all of that is calculated automatically by us because we know exactly now how to instrument such machines, for example. And we've been able to design, as I was saying earlier, our own HMIs and gateways, which are intelligent enough to pick those information, take it to a central gateway, and the operator of the machine is able to look at an HMI which he never knew before. So this HMI that you see here, is basically, let me get the pointer out for a minute. So this HMI that you see here is basically installed on the machine, and the operator is now able to see for the first time, what is the XY inclination, what is the height under the hook, etc., and then he's able to operate in a very safe manner. So I won't go through this in detail, but all kinds of machines that you can see here are like a forklift or a motor grader, and this is a good example, because here we've been able to work with a partner to create an automation of this machine where earlier we used to take about 6-7 passes to level a piece of land, for example, right? Now with the technology that we have deployed on board in the motor grader itself through an edge computer, these levers that you see here on top, the 12 levers or more, actually now are able to operate on their own. The person who sits on this machine is not just driving it and not having to take a decision where to cut and where to fill. The machine itself, helps us to do that. Now, the next example I want to talk about is the wheel loader. This is another very good example where we're just not talking about instrumentation, we're talking about data science, right? So there are some machines where you can't put a sensor, for example, because that will violate the warranty of the machine, or in some cases it's not practical to put a sensor. For example, in this case, if you put a sensor in the bucket, then obviously you're picking aggregates which are rough and that will break the sensor. So here we used data science as a surrogate. And we said, what is the hydraulic pressure on the hydraulic arm? What is the boom angle? What is the length of the boom and the boom, right? And all of that leads us to give a very accurate surrogate weight of about 95 to 98% accuracy. And this is dynamic in nature. So at whatever angle you're lifting it, it will automatically tell you what is the weight being lifted. So this is a marriage of sensors and data science to calculate a weight that is being lifted. So similarly, batching plants, we have done implementation of the technology to digitize the batching plants. So looking at each batch that is produced, the quality of the batch that was produced, the mix, and then able to do a lot of analytics behind that, saying that what was the quality that resulted in building the structure, and we have a complete traceability now back to the raw material that was put into the batch. And from which source it came. So we're able to trace it back completely in case there is a problem or a complaint from the end customer. And this instrumentation of batching plants, for example, has led us to get a view of all the batching plants across the country. And now we're able to look at the utilization. We're able to look at de-speccing some of those if they were too oversized in the site. We could reduce the size of the batching plants and made it more economical and optimal for the project. We could also de-spec, we could de-lease some of them. So a lot of these machines are owned by us, but some of them are leased as well. And we could start looking at, across the projects, can we start, stopping the leases of those machines to be more economical in our company. Now, at a project level, probably that batching plant made sense, and it was still in the P&L, in the profit margin that was envisaged for the project. But across the projects, we had a review for the first time. So with that, I'll move on to the next section, which is manufacturing, and I'll then pause there for question and answers. So manufacturing, as you can see, we have a now role to play what we call H2 experience, right from sourcing the raw materials from suppliers to the inbound logistics inside a plant, to the material traceability on the shop floor, and looking at shop floor interventions, for improving your efficiency of the equipment and plant, to again shipping the finished goods out and moving to the end customer sites. The complete value chain is mapped by us digitally, and digital interventions that are possible in each of them. Whatever I spoke about earlier covers all of that. So whether it is track and trace of raw materials, track and trace of the vehicles carrying them, availability of the vehicles, the improvement of efficiency in the shop floor, worker safety in a plant or a construction site. So all this is the complete value chain is where we play a role, and we have obviously achieved tremendous success in terms of deploying these technologies. In terms of, as I was saying, all kinds of technologies have been used, like hand-on displays, HMIs, AI/ML based reporting and dashboards and alerts, resulting into a tremendous saving of between 5 to 7% of OE improvement, and that is massive, as you can imagine, in a large plant. Saving 5 to 7% in terms of improving the efficiency of plant and saving energy costs, for example, is a massive thing. So quickly moving on, in terms of material tracking, we've done a lot of work in that, right from precast panels for metro railways to tracking each and every single component of a transmission tower, to managing the logistics and tracking them across projects of the aluminum formworks, to even doing drone-based stockpile estimations of all aggregates. It can be aggregates in construction sites, it can be coal, piles and pet coke in oil and gas plants, for example. All of that, is something that we have built. And one case, an example, and that's the reason I've kind of blown this up, is our Statue of Unity, which is the world's tallest statue, is what L&T built. And we were able to track each single panel, 6,000 panel in this statue, which are unique. Each panel was unique, right? From the fabrication yard in China to the port in India and to the central site. And today also, each panel is uniquely identified because the RFID tags that we use inside each panel is still there. And so if we have to replace any panel, we know instantly what the panel is, what the design is, what the shape and size is, and we're able to replace it very, very quickly indeed. So I will talk about the track and trace again in this manner, that right from the source to how you stock it in the sites to how you issue the material, we have mobile apps that we use, and each site, if it's an open yard, we have a very smart way of identifying what is lying in each stock point in the yard by putting a metal QR code, which is scanned every time you add any material or you remove any material for consumption in the site. So we have a very accurate traceability now of everything that goes into the sites and is used by the sites. We done a lot of vision analytics, again based on AI/ML, in things like the way bridges, right? So we're able to now look at anomalies of movement in a way bridge, and we're also able to use vision analytics to look at what is the material being carried inside, what is the quality of the material being carried inside, and we're also able to monitor the goods in transit in terms of is hazardous, or if it's a perishable, what is the time it is taken, is the temperature changing, etc., etc. Then this is an interesting area, especially because of COVID situation. So we have been able to create what we call as an Uberization app, where we have a database of over 10 lakh workers, and any site that we start, we're able to send a message to those workers who are registered with us in local vernacular languages, asking them to report to the site if they're available. By the skill, we know exactly who these workers are, where they live, and then as they come into the site, we are able to digitally onboard them into the L&T system by taking their some medical parameters by using portable devices like the blood pressure and the heart heart rate, etc. And then we take a face scan for every single worker who comes in. And then we create the worker profile. So, with including his permits for work, his health record, trainings, etc., etc. And then next morning when he walks into the site, we're able to identify who that worker is, right? Every site today that we have has cameras installed in the lanes when they walk in the morning in thousands and hundreds or whatever the site size is. And we identify each worker walking in, and that takes the attendance automatically, and we avoid any unauthorized worker walking into the site, impersonating somebody else, which is very common in construction sites. So whether it's a construction site or a manufacturing location, we are able to also do zoning, geofencing of the areas, and we're able to count the number of workers in each zone. So that leads to productivity calculations, that leads to looking at the proximity of the man to the machine. If there is a compulsory requirement of a person standing next to a particular machine to look at the quality or to look at the handover of the work in progress to the next machine, if people are not standing next to it, and can lead to stopping of the lines, right? So we make sure that that person is standing next to it always, through proximity of using the tags on the workers' helmets and the beacons on the machines. We're able to marry the proximity of man to machine. So again, we have developed a complete platform for that, for restart work permits, for incident reporting, for violation memos, safety inspections, and we then do a complete performance scorecard based on that for each worker, each site, in terms of safety, in terms of all the required permits for the site. If you look at vision analytics, and this is my last couple of slides, we use vision analytics very, very extensively in all our sites for things like intrusion detection, for things like missing PP. So any worker walking in without a helmet or a safety boot or a jacket, for example, we can pick out. If you look at things like safety glasses and gas detection sensors. If you want to look at things like missing barricades or getting loose material edges where people can slip and fall, all of that we have trained our AI ML models to look at the camera images being captured online and be able to send an alert to the site supervisor saying that there is a problem on your site, please go and fix it. And we also have given an app to all the site supervisors to enter any safety violations, as I said in the previous slide, and we have allowed them to enter free text, and we use natural language processing to pick up keywords, and we're able to find, send an alert basis that, or do trend analysis to see what such violations may lead to. Will it lead to a fatal incident in the near future? And then we're able to stop it and take preventive actions. Finally, we have created about 45 AR/VR apps to train our workers on safety conditions. For example, if they're working in a place which has electricity, then how do you do lockout tagout so people are sure that there's no power flowing in, for example, and they're able to work in a safe condition. Or if you're picking up weights using a crane, then what are safety conditions to be followed while picking up such a heavy load? Or if working at heights, or working in trenches, or working in a high voltage area, we actually train every single worker in our site, and we don't allow them to go inside the site till they've got trained on the safety aspects using AR/VR gear in all our sites. And we also use the same solution for creating SOPs and creating, assisted maintenance for opening the machines and repairing machines, for example. So this is basically an application that helps engineers at sites to take expert advice remotely and look at many aspects of the operations, including repairing and maintenance of machines, and even simple things like project progress that has happened. That we also do by using smart glasses, especially in tall high-rise buildings. We use smart glasses to look at the project progress. So the last section is the geospatial and robotics. We have a lot of expertise in topology mapping. We use all kinds of platforms and sensors like terrestrial drone I spoke about earlier. We have our own drones. We have our own drone pilots. We have equipment like lidar and optical and sonar radars, all that we own, and we go and do these surveys all over the world, wherever we are required to. We also have some robots that we're building in the group, like the solar panel cleaning robot, the soil link detection robot, and some of these UAVs that we are building for defense, which we are now taking to commercial use. With that, I would like to go to the last section, which is basically the structural health monitoring. By using vision analytics, we're able to compare images, and if there is a concrete structure, by using thermal imaging, we're able to look at the tolerances and predict if there can be a failure in the future, or if something is bending and breaking, then we're able to predict that and help repair that in advance. I think with that, Dr. Ashish, I would like to hand it over to you if you have any questions, and I can pass it on to the, make it open for all open questions. This is basically how we do it. IT systems, OT systems, we have a common data lake. Everything comes into, a data lake, and we're able to apply all kinds of, AI, ML models, machine learning, NLP, data mining, statistical modeling to come out with insights. So with that, Dr. Ashish, I would like to hand it back to you.
Thank you, Alok Srivastav-ji. It was very important and rich presentation by you. In fact, I know I have been visiting a lot of colleges few years back, and how I see a lot of students struggling with the kind of projects they want to take and execute, which has some industrial applications or which is useful for the society. Otherwise, all are stuck with doing something, silly projects or something like that. So this is a very important presentation where our students and research faculties can ideas like how you can link your projects and that to emerging technologies like AI, ML for your industrial process and all these things. So because we are running now more than 15 minutes late, I will just pass on one question that has very generic that we have received, and so it's IoT, AI on one hand are replacing the routine monotonous jobs with machines, whereas on the other hand they are providing lower cost solutions with better customer experiences and a head start in pursuing business opportunities. So how do you see this AI, IoT coming up? Is it a challenge to the ecosystem where we employment opportunities? So is it a threat to that segment? What is your opinion?
Dr. Ashish, I mean, the voice broke, when you were speaking, but let me understand the question once more. So you're saying in terms of deployment of IoT technologies in industrial spaces, is there any threat to the ecosystem, right, or environment, or exactly. Is that the question?
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, good. Thanks. So I really don't think so, because what we're doing is essentially, firstly, we're talking about industrial automation here. So we're talking about putting sensors in machines and in factories and construction sites where there is no issue of actually, impacting any environment at all. In fact, it's the other way around. We are able to put sensors now in machines to look at sustainability, for example, or green energy initiatives. So when we build new solar plants or wind power plants, we're able to now see how they can be more efficient. In fact, we're able to also look at the emissions from effluent plants and from chimneys, and be able to advise the owners of those assets how to optimize, the impact that you're getting on the environment, how you can improve that impact, right? So it's the other way around. We're able to, in fact, put sensors in smart cities, for example, to look at the emission from vehicles, right? And then advise the government in that area to reduce the congestion in that area, for example, right? Make the roads wider, let the vehicles flow, and stop idling. So those are the positive impacts of technology that we are trying to actually help the environment become more friendly and free from all these hazardous gases, for example. So and we are using technology, in positive manners in every sphere of whether it is water distribution, whether it is effluent treatment. In fact, helping reduce the consumption of energy in plants, help reduction of fuel in machines, which are idling and not required to be on, we're able to stop them automatically, right? So all of those things are leading to actually helping the sustainability initiatives on the other hand, Dr. Ashish.
Okay, thank you, Alokji. Mr. Regu, if you permit, I have a question that I wish to ask. Alokji, you have to be really brief because the question is quite lengthy. But maybe in a minute or two, you can try to say something. So we have now IoT coming in a big way, and we are also talking about Industry 4.0. So presently, how do you see this status of these two in context of India?
So I think Indian companies are not lagging too far behind. They are adopting technology at scale. In fact, I've seen government PSUs like oil and gas companies in India and power plants like NTPC actually coming out with tenders for digitalization. So very extensive work has been done by consulting firms like KPMG, PwC, etc. in that area, and they're advising our government and our industrial companies to adopt digital at scale. And these tenders are very large tenders, $3 to $5 million per example, right? So we see this adoption going up very high, even in government controlled PSUs, and we also see this happening in our own defense. We are very big in defense, as you know, in manufacturing. We see adoption of technology, and digital and AI ML to be very, very high in these areas. We're also looking at, a same level of enthusiasm and adoption in Indian private industry, like, for example, power companies, both in generation and distribution, and even metals and mining sector, picking this technology at scale. So I'm seeing a lot of good movement in India itself. And of course, I manage the global sales for this company. So I'm seeing a huge amount of adoption globally. It's actually very encouraging to see that Indian companies are adopting it at same level of enthusiasm that global companies are.
Okay, that's good to know. So thank you very much, Alok Srivastava, and we'll be having you again during our main conference. So thanks from FIISD and all of us.
Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Ashish. Thank you very much. Yeah. Bye.
So our next speaker is Mr. Regu Ayaswamy. So he's from TCS, and he looks after IoT and I think from the technical perspective. So the topic that we have asked him to consider is very important, which is like I think we had this question in between also. Because of this cloud and IoT, everything coming up, there is a big risk of security and cyber threats. So we need to consider this security aspect also. So Mr. Regu will be speaking on IoT and vulnerabilities, challenges for a secure system. Over to Mr. Regu. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashish. Thank you very much. So am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, you are visible. But your PPT is not there, so I think it's there now. Yeah, fine.
Okay. Are you able to see the PPT?
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, thank you everyone, and thank you for joining this session. As Dr. Ashish introduced, my name is Raghu Ayaswamy. I'm responsible for the business in Internet of Things in Tata Consultancy Services globally. My job is to develop the new technology solutions around Internet of Things for multiple industry segments, ranging from industrial segments to healthcare to consumer devices to number of different customer segments, both here in India as well as globally, and develop these solutions, as many of these technologies are very important, as I would now explain in detail in my presentation. And also we will talk about what kind of vulnerabilities exist in these systems as we try to adopt it. So it is like we need IoT because of the value it can bring to us in conducting our business, as well as the experience we can enjoy as a consumer. But at the same time, it also puts additional responsibilities in terms of what kind of vulnerabilities exist and how do we actually, as engineers and system integrators, we construct an IoT system that is provides the value, at the same time protect our data, our environment, and privacy. So that's the broad construct of the session I'm going to have with you. Thanks for this opportunity. Going into the next slide, and many of us are familiar with IoT as a topic, and so it doesn't need a broader introduction. But as you see that in the industry, it has been reported that the number of IoT devices, which are close to around 20 billion devices in 2020, would actually increase to 75 billion by 2025. And also the business of IoT, which is close to around $190 billion worldwide, is expected to reach close to $1 trillion in the next 5 years. And because it is getting adopted across a number of industries, whether you talk about connected car, whether you talk about connected oil rig, or we talk about smart homes, temperature sensors, humidity sensors, surveillance cameras, a host of consumer devices, a host of industrial contexts that are actually getting adopted in multiple industries, that is fueling the growth of IoT systems. So why is it that IoT is very critical? And why is it is important now from the next 3 years or 4 years perspective? Is because IoT allows us to represent the physical context of anything that hitherto has been not represented in its completeness or in its full value. You talk about a fleet management system where we track the trucks that are traveling from the manufacturer's site to the dealerships and distribution centers. We hardly had any visibility of those supply chains. Today, using some of the fleet management and tracking system, we are able to build that visibility, and we are able to really understand what kind of systems, what kind of data that we need, and where the supply chain exists, and we can really dynamically plan our activities around it. Similarly, in the case of smart homes, in the case of factories, in the case of oil rigs, we are getting the sensorial data that allows us to get the real state information in real time and be able to model ourselves what kind of actions we need to take. So we call that IoT system is not just one sensor, one data aggregation, communication platform, and we use that data for something. It is actually it coexists in an enterprise data or enterprise system so that you can make better sense with reference to the business impact. So today, by connecting the sensors and getting the physical context, that's what we call as responding to physical context. And you build on that data that comes out of it with intelligence, whether it is AI-based or machine learning-based, many of those predictive algorithms into it, we can actually extract a lot of hidden value in the business. Today, we lose a lot of business is actually restricted because you have friction between the industrial boundaries, friction between within the enterprise boundaries, because supply chain does not know what the production information is. Production did not know what the design information is. And above all, what the customer is consuming and how they are actually using the machines. The OEM never had any information on it. So today with IoT, we are closing all these open loops. So we are getting the information in real time. We are able to build this digital intelligence, and that is where the huge impact we see in IoT is happening. And that is why this is becoming very important for all the enterprises, all the industries, even governments as well, in terms of smart cities or smart communities. So today, if you look at IoT construct, how do we organization go about realizing this IoT itself? If you look at it today, it comes in three major pillars. We talk about what we call as connect in context, which is just providing the sensor and the information that we gather about the physical environment into a cloud or into a data platform. And we can build the representation of the real-time process and as well as the state data by understanding the data that we are getting out of that sensors. So that is a very fundamental foundation we need. So we need to make our devices, our various other machines intelligent enough to actually provide that data. So there is a phase of sometimes these machines are not designed for communication. So for example, we work with a large truck manufacturer, truck engine manufacturers, and those engines have not been designed for any outside communication. So we actually start providing sensorial information, and we also provide a telematics control unit, TCU they call it, so that from the engine, the diagnostic data can actually be transmitted through this TCU to a cloud platform where you can collect the data. So fundamental to it is to actually make the engine be able to communicate about its health to outside world. And we have to provide a communication protocol for that, which is the telematics control unit in a car or telematics control unit in a truck. So this is the design change we make in every product. So we call this making the product smart. So once you make it smart, you are actually getting the data about the process, about the performance in real time. The second one is, once the data is available, we make it predictive. So you build from the top of the data, machine learning and other things, so that you can see how well it is performing, what kind of degradation is happening. So the best known use case in the industry today is predictive maintenance. So when you're drilling oil rigs at thousands and thousands of meters at the lowest depth, we are actually sensing from the drill tip what kind of drill wear that is happening and when this drill will actually fail. And before that, we can actually take preventive actions, because we know from the way the degree of wear, the data model and the algorithms, how much life is left in the drill. So you take predictive action. So there are a number of examples we can go on and on about this kind of predictive technologies. But we should not stop with it. The actual real value is how we can actually make those systems self-optimizing and self-managing and self-healing. Many of us are aware about autonomous cars. So in the paradigm of autonomous cars, it need not be that you need to have a completely driverless and hands-free type of autonomy. The autonomy can be in many stages, and many levels of autonomy actually brings immense value to customers. And people in automotive industries understand that the autonomy is defined in levels: level 1 autonomy, level 2 autonomy, level 3 autonomy, with level 4 being completely autonomous. And even if you have features in level 2 and level 3, such as emergency braking algorithm, and if there is an object in front where the driver is not able to notice and take action quickly, but the car will stop if there is a sudden pedestrian crossing the road. Many such use cases have been found immensely useful even before reaching the full autonomous state. And this so-called autonomous state of taking an IoT system is not just restricted to an automotive work. You can do this for mines. You can do it today. People are doing it for power plant. We are seeing that happening in many other industries, in warehousing, in so many for retail stores. Many places we find application of this. But in effect, a journey of what IoT actually has these 3 stages: making the product smart, communicating, building the predictive algorithms and putting the AI intelligence, and to reach to the autonomous state. And we were discussing in the context of the forum whether we have any adoption of this happening in India. Is it relevant to India? There is a whole lot of industries we are working here in India. Within the Tata Group, of course, we have done this for Voltas, where number 600 of the chillers, heavy duty chillers that are there in large buildings, HVAC chillers. They are all connected remotely using this kind of architecture to their central office in Mumbai, and they are monitoring it. In the past, they used to send the maintenance technicians physically to attend issues. Today, they are able to do it very remotely. We have taken a similar solution for Triveni turbines. They are monitoring around 100 of their turbines using this type of technology. We are, as we speak, we are working with our own Tata Power to build this level 1, level 2, level 3 autonomous power plant, how we can actually take them through a journey. So India is not at all far behind in terms of adopting to this technology. Yes, cost is an important factor, but our industry is very eager to adopt to these technologies, very eager to see how they can use them, because at the end of the day, it removes efficiency, it improves the value of the system. So it is actually providing a business efficiency and value. So they are very willing to adopt, whether Industry 4.0, whether it is remote maintenance, whether it is consumer devices. We designed a watch called Kavach, which actually provides protection for connected workers in hazardous plant like Tata Steel. A whole lot of such solutions are getting very relevant from India context also. I will just give one quick example and then I move on to the security topic. This is actually a work that we are currently doing for one of the largest utility company in Japan. They manage around 80 gigawatts of generation capacity across Japan's Tokyo and those regions. And they really taken up upon themselves to bring some of the next generation digital technologies to improve the performance of these coal-fired power stations, as well as to bring in a high level of emission control and sustainability. And here what we have done is to work with them very closely to collect the boiler performance data. You know, the typical 800 megawatt once-through boilers have around more than around 300 to 400 parameters that one can tweak or refine to give the best heat rate performance versus your emission performance. So we collect this data from control system, DCS or SCADA. We actually put that across to a very powerful AI engine that optimizes and advises the operator what kind of parameters they need to keep, and thereby it is feeding into a better performance. So we have built and plan to build another 30 to 40 use cases that eventually will make this power plant to be a fully digital, fully IoT enabled autonomous power plant. And that is the journey which is being taken, and it's similar thing is happening as well in India, whether it's our state electricity boards or whether it is NTPC or BHEL. We are talking to many of them in putting some of these solutions into the Indian power plants as well. So I'm now going into the application of IoT as we see. I just gave you one case study, but we see that application in healthcare, we see that in automotive, we see that across multiple, many industries. It would be very hard to pack all those case studies here in a short session like this. So I would leave that today the maturity of the technology, the value it can bring, and how the stages of constructing this and what kind of vision one should have. And then I will move to what kind of precautions and designs we need to have from a security perspective. We see a lot of news around IoT devices getting hacked or used as doors to enter into the networks and steal information. And it is kind of unavoidable because IoT devices are out in the open, unlike the servers and computers and other things which are within the network of a company or a closed network of an academic institution or a defense network. But you have IoT devices that are quite out in the open. Like we have a security camera that is connected to a home Wi-Fi network. The camera is sitting outside the home in the garden or somewhere, but it is through the Wi-Fi network. It is connecting to the cloud. And we have a AI image processing algorithm that actually processes if there is some movement happen at that time only. It is recording the video. It is not recording all the time. So now you have a complete openness into the network. So people another guy can come into the network through the camera, get into your home network, and if your home network is connected to your computer, so it can actually have access to your computer as well. So that's what happened in Target stores in the US. HVAC chiller and HVAC maintenance company, which normally access the network to know how much of the energy is consumed and what kind of meter reading they are seeing. They need the access to the HVAC system because they are the vendor, and to that they used to come into the Target network using that access. So a hacker actually used that HVAC access person's credential to get into their payment system and could steal 40 million credit card data. So this kind of, the moment you put IoT in an open environment, you are actually bringing this kind of vulnerabilities. But we cannot, just because I have a vulnerability, we cannot avoid adopting to IoT. It's like saying, just because if I start driving, I will get into accidents, right? So also I will never drive. So it cannot be in that kind of pretext. So we need to start looking at what kind of design, what kind of secure framework that we need to put before we actually adopt. Today, IoT devices have become like toys, right? Everybody is coming out with that. Manufacturers are rampant with consumer devices. But does all these manufacturers have a very robust security framework? Do they really adopt to it in a very methodical manner? For example, if we say that we go to SAP or we get into a Microsoft product, we at least know that there is a way that they are doing all this vulnerability attack checking, and there's a lot happening before they put things in market. Even if they find an issue, you get a security patch at the shortest possible time. So take some of these IoT manufacturers. They are not mature people. They are very small vendors. They make these security cameras for $25 in the US, and it's so the chips that they use, does it have a strong secure protection? So all these are questions where a manufacturer, the consumer, and the in-between layers have to really understand and address, because that is very important from a vulnerability and security perspective. So I'm not going to spend much time in terms of what kind of vulnerabilities exist today, and many of us are familiar. They can alter the functions. There are unauthorized remote control of a device where we saw in FCA two hackers from St. Louis took control of the car using the CAN protocols, and they are able to actually remotely operate the vehicle itself without the driver actually giving the command. So that kind of, we see the unauthorized remote control of the device. And then using the device as a network point, as the example we talked in the Target case, they use the device as a network point into getting entry into the network. But what is that we can actually look at, and how do we really ensure this is not a threat? So today, we can't shy away from adopting to an IoT network because of the value it brings to us. At the same time, I think it is important to structurally have a security assessment and also security remedial design into our various layers in IoT, so that we are able to really understand and we are able to really protect that at various points. So the 3 or 4 steps in this, as I have laid out here in this slide, first is actually the business model. So when you have let's say a connected car, and we are collecting the diagnostic information from the car, and we are using the telematic chips that are there in the car. We are sending that information all the way to OEM. Let's say it is manufactured by Hyundai or a Tata Motors or any of those OEMs who are collecting that information because they need it, because they want to know how the car is performing, what kind of malfunctions are happening, and service alerts they can give. But then in the whole thing, we need to design from the time the information is collected from the automobile, the security at the collection stage in the gateway or the edge, to the communication that is happening through the phone network or the telecom networks, and then all the way to the cloud, what kind of security and who owns this data and what level of access they have. For example, they get access to diagnostic trouble code or what they do. All this becoming a business decision, business model decision. So first we start with it, and then we look at what kind of attack surface that we are looking at, and what kind of various information flows and assets in which these attacks are happening. And we have now a lot of good models for threat modeling, and generally in the industry they use that STRIDE model, which is called spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of attack. A whole lot of standards are available for us to go through the STRIDE threat modeling. And then it goes all the way into taking into a mitigation level and also to put it in an implementation stage. All these are, as IoT is maturing, I would say today, many of these are also maturing and becoming standardized, becoming more adoptable by everybody, and so that it is not something taken as a special requirement, but as a hygiene requirement of building an IoT system. So we see that there are a number of technical, I would say, architectural aspects that are available on all these layers. We call that as the edge layer, the communication layer, the platform layer, and also to the application layer, where finally the customers see the applications. And today, both from the SoC vendors, chip vendors, as well as network vendors, whether the provision of networks through 5G or any of those network vendors, or the platform vendors who are making these IoT platforms, be it Azure IoT or AWS IoT platform or any other, and applications, which is what we build in order for us to manage the business through this IoT. Everywhere we see a lot of advancement, a lot of new standards that are coming in. For example, we work with a company that makes the contactless chip, because now everything become contactless due to the pandemic as well. So how do we actually make a contactless chip that provides authentication of a credit card and be able to manage that in NFC mode with a vendor's system? And you don't have to even insert the card. It's not about the chip. It's basically completely contactless. But here you are building actually in the SIM card of the on the phone a very sophisticated level of cryptography. It is defined by the card players like MasterCard and Visa and other players, and it's a very, very I would say, secure and uses high level of cryptographic algorithms. And at the same time, the engineering challenge is to package that with the less memory real estate that a chip card can offer. All these problems are now getting solved because that level of security is required for us to provide this contactless payment system. Similarly, in communication applications, even though there is a lot of I would say maturity has come on the IT side of applications, because we have been used to like virus prevention softwares and firewalls and protection mechanism. But the OT side, on the operations technology side, it is still a lot more work to be done. If you talk about a plant, the IT systems that are there in the plant is quite varied, quite heterogeneous, and hardly very sparsely managed in terms of some of the security protocols. I will talk about one example of that in the next slide before I close this session and for questions. This is one interesting case where we happen to work with one of a global consumer processed goods, packaged goods manufacturer. They have around 200 plants across the globe, and a year and a half ago, their plant got hit by the WannaCry virus. You might have heard in the papers, the WannaCry virus malware attack, and all the 196 plants went down. And that is because in the many of the OT systems that they had in the plant that manage the PLCs and many of the plant control systems, that was not part of their IT real estate, and it is managed by the individual plants. And they didn't do any of the patch updates on Windows. They didn't get the security updates properly. They are left to open, and there are several gaps in the system. So as a company, we were hired to do a very detailed OT security assessment, provide them with the gap identification, the remediation that is required, and bring in some governance and policies to control it, because people cannot loosely install any application or software. A whole lot of these things we could actually bring to them in order for them to be come back to operation immediately, as well as in future avoid any such ingress into their OT systems. And especially with IoT, we need to be very careful about how we are remediating the OT systems. So in summary, the Internet of Things adoption will definitely exponentially increase across all industries, because that is closing a gap that is there, because the real-time visibility of the physical context, and thereby we can actually improve quite a lot of performance, quite a lot of inefficiencies can be removed. By building artificial intelligence on top of that real-time data we are getting, we are allowing those systems to reach autonomous state, and it is boundaryless. Today, between an airline to a hotel to a mobility provider like a shared drive, we can actually seamlessly, even though there can be 3 different companies, but IoT can link all of them. So this person has already boarded the flight, he will write into this hotel at this time, and then he needs a car at this time. Everything can be integrated, because that's what the customer wants, a seamless experience. So that is the power of IoT to construct a boundaryless value chain. Again, as I said, it's the nature of the connected system itself provides an opportunity for vulnerability. Through a robust design and a secure framework and architecture, we should be able to safely protect those IoT systems and not shy away, not to implement those IoT systems. Rather, bring in the security that is required so that we can continue to go ahead and extract the value that we can get out of this IoT. I would, Dr. Ashish, turn this over to you and take any questions.
Right, Raghuji, it was excellent presentation by you, and there are a lot of questions for you, in fact, and quite technical in nature. So I'm sure you are going to like them as well as our audience. So let me take a few of them. Okay, here is the first. What are the challenges for proactive techniques, for example, honeypot, moving target defense, in industrial control applications and in the context of IoT basic environment? Mr. Raghu, we cannot hear you. Just check your.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, now it's okay.
Yeah. What was the first part of the sentence? The audio was not.
What are the challenges for proactive techniques? And he or she especially says, for example, honeypot, moving target difference in industrial control applications under the context of broader context of your IoT.
Yeah, actually, I would, instead of specifically answering, but I think there are many standards and many approaches that we have in order to build that security, both from in the control system level 0 layer, level 1 layer, sensor level, edge level, as well as at the DCS, the control systems layer itself. Today, I think both at chip level, lot of secure cryptographic algorithms are in place to provide that level of protection, and also how we can avoid hacking into the gateways and as well as some of these devices. We work with automotive companies where people can actually hack into the remote opening or remote door lock systems, and we have number of ways we kind of simulate this kind of hackers behavior and signals before we actually design the systems. So the simulation also provides us an ability to understand various vulnerabilities and foolproof our designs.
Okay. There is another very typical question. So if it takes time, you can skip that. I can ask another. But the question is JP use case, that is Japan use case, energy trading and regulation being considered highly segmented market. So what role do you think IoT can play in this area?
No, actually, it's a very interesting question because there is quite a lot of areas I will quickly run through. Number one, we are looking at the entire distributed energy area as a highly IoT enabled. So if you look at the non-conventional energy sources like solar and wind, and they are very fluctuating in terms of its generating capacity and very dynamic. Whereas we have baseload power stations like what we have in coal and nuclear being in a baseload power station. So, and the demand environment from whether it is in industry or homes is also very different. So today, if you are to really manage this, we are actually working on a concept called Energy Cloud with a utility company in the US, where you can actually bring in all these distributed energy resources, DER, into one platform and use the dynamic modeling as well as AI-based simulation to bring for example, I can operate a non-conventional energy source because that's less in cost and sustainability-wise it is better. But I can also manage base load power station to reduce those fluctuations. So a lot of those decisions are driven by the DER. The second aspect which is happening and which is going to probably evolve and manifest very quickly is how are we going to manage the electric vehicle paradigm? In an area like San Francisco, Bay Area, in that particular city, they expect there will be around 5 million electric vehicles. So each vehicle you take around 40, 50 kilowatt hour storage capacity. They themselves represent a huge amount of energy storage for us. So when you have excess power, we can store it. We can even draw the power from those EV system back to the grid as well if we have a need for power. A whole lot of management of that can happen, and IoT is enabling all of that. It's a huge topic, but this would give you a sense of it actually.
Right, yeah, thank you. Maybe you can take two smaller questions. How can people deploy IoT for startups in e-commerce, especially for small vendors?
No, actually, I think yeah, if you are talking about very simple use cases like smart meter based energy management or just a vehicle tracking, no, I have a fleet of 100 vehicles, I want to track it. These are all fairly, in my opinion, simple, straightforward, because you buy these devices and only thing you need to take care, you buy the device from a vendor who has a good amount of process and security in place, and the constructing this platform is straightforward. If it is going to be very at small scale, you can use open source platform because cost will be very less. But if you want to do it at enterprise level, we can use any of the standard IoT platforms. TCS also has a platform called TCS Connected Universe platform, and then Azure, ThingWorks. So many of those platforms can be used from an enterprise perspective. But I think that is from a small scale. From a larger enterprise scale, I think IoT brings great value only if you integrate that with the enterprise system so that you can have a better view of production, demand, supply chain, and all of that. It makes more impact to the business when we integrate IoT to SAP or any of the other ERP systems.
Okay, one last question, and this is from me. So I was reading a book, rather a fiction novel, you can say, where the story runs like that: a man is on the run, and he is connected to some spying or something. He has something important thing with him, and which is a threat to Chinese. And the person on the run is an Indian. So he starts from Delhi and keeps running, and then he sees that at all the squares and all the roads, there are Chinese cameras which are installed, and the Chinese are able to track him. So before wherever he reached, within 3-4 hours, he has been traced. And but again, that fellow is also smart, so he is also a technical person, so he finds his man. So my question is, how realistic is this?
No, I think even though it's fiction, I think if you really look at in various forms, this kind of tracking exists today. For example, in London city, they have a camera-based system that tracks the cars that are coming inside that perimeter. So if you are actually getting into that perimeter, you need to have some whatever payment systems, special systems and all.
Exactly right.
They are able to actually know which part of the perimeter this car has gone and where it was and all, and they are connecting. You entered on the north, you went to this east, and then so this kind of thing getting into a personal level. So they are now image processing a number plate, right? You can image process instead of a number plate a face actually. So it's quite, we can't rule out such a possibility. Actually, if you really look at today, in number of cases we have in India, almost 80-90% of the cases they are able to track down very quickly police today because of the CCTV footage. Even it is not in that premises of where the incident would have occurred, but it is actually getting from the CCTV footage that is there in some other shop or neighbor's shop and otherwhere, and they are getting it. So it is quite possible, and it is also has an impact on the privacy. And I think the more and the control of the data, right? If it is government for governance purpose, probably it is ethical to do it. Whereas if it lands in the hands of unscrupulous people, it may become a security threat. So that is where I think we need to be careful in designing this system with a lot of encryption so that data is fully controlled.
Right. That's quite interesting. Indian police calling, catching an Indian person is okay, but when the Chinese embassy, sorry to say that, but the Chinese are into that, it's a bit risky. Anyway, so I'm really thankful to Mr. Rigu for this excellent topic and the way he's presented with all clarity and examples on IoT and vulnerabilities. I'm sure everyone has benefited, and there were a lot of questions also. On behalf of DST and our team, I would like to thank Mr. Redu and cases from our side. So we look forward to interacting with you for the same. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Dr. Ashish. Thanks for this opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
Next speaker is was supposed to be Randeep Banerjee, who is with Nokia, but unfortunately, I got a call from him. I think yesterday or day before yesterday that he has issue means related to Corona. So he has asked his colleague Mr. Ramakrishna. So he's also Mr. Ramakrishna is also from Nokia, and so he will be presenting on behalf of Mr. Randeep Rana. We wish Mr. Randeep Rana a very speedy recovery, and we are sure that we'll take all the time, rest, and we'll be careful with the Corona thing that is spreading. Mr. Ramakrishna will be speaking on securing IoT critical infra in an aggressive hostile environment. So if you see that we have distributed the topics in a way that more or less we get a broader perspective of the important subjects in this emerging technology. So we have taken something from a technology point of view, that is architecture and all these things. So we have taken applications where Mr. Kaushal and Alokji has given their presentations. We had now from the vulnerability and threat point of view, from a view we had Mr. Regu, and Mr. Ramakrishna will also be continuing with the same topic. So securing IoT critical infra in an aggressive hostile environment. This is a very important subject, as we know. So I'm sure we all will be very much eager to hear Mr. Ramakrishna. So over to you, Mr. Ramakrishna. Please carry
on. Thank you so much, Dr. Ashish. Thanks to the organizers, DST, and also to you for giving us the opportunity to speak in this curtain raiser event. So I would present the screen.
So your PPT is visible to us.
Sure.
As well as your voice is also visible, audible.
Yeah. So the topic that we have today for this talk is securing critical infra in a hostile environment. The critical infra is a kind of a slightly important term here. And the way I started off with this preparing the talk was to consider critical infra as anything that is critical for the society. And the way we are actually looking at the functioning of these infrastructures going forward with a technological evolution, many of them would sit on a telecom infrastructure already, right? So the way that we see the evolution of technology, we are looking forward to technologies like 4.5 and 5G. So my talk is more inching towards how to secure the critical infrastructure or the underlying infrastructure so that we are able to benefit from it at a society level, right? So So I've actually structured this talk in two sections. Primarily, the first one is just building it towards the need of a technological framework, wherein we actually look at the how we are evolved from a technological standpoint over the years, and how we are able to support what the society needs in terms of connectivity. And then look at the security and the privacy issues, and probably look at some kind of a framework that we kind of recommend or kind of suggest to mitigate or plan our risks. So the first part, I would be looking at the journey of human technology. we started off with 2G way back in 90s. One of the speaker before me already touched upon this evolution path, but just to kind of give a brief. So we talked about 2G in 1990s, wherein the number of applications on top was just one, which was mobile voice. So we used to have symmetric allocation of channel bandwidth, and we used to have a fairly fixed number of ongoing calls that were possible. We started evolving from there, looking at having multiple or more number of devices being pushed into the same megahertz of spectrum, and that we used to call that as a spectrum utilization or spectrum efficiency. Over the years, we started looking at also how to multiplex more amount of information, which is non-voice. So thus, we started looking at a technology called 3G, wherein we could also see parallelly a smartphone compared to a feature phone that used to exist in 2G side long time back. We started evolving ourselves from the devices perspective to a smartphone, and the number of services started evolving from the traditional voice to data services over GPRS, and of course with 3G coming into picture, we were able to support slightly better multimedia services. Then came the LTE or the 4G network, which also had multimedia in abundance. It also started solving a little bit of a problem in the connectivity in terms of heterogeneous network. So till 3G, we were still looking at very big transmission or this kind of a base station towers. With LTE, we started also considering small cells, which could fit into your basements and hence could actually give you connectivity. We parallelly also had Wi-Fi gaining speed, and we also had some kind of interconnect between 3GPP networks and the Wi-Fi in terms of unlicensed mobile access and all. But eventually what this kind of technological evolution kind of gave a framework for was we could view large amount of devices being connected to the network, and hence an interconnected network, and also anywhere I want. So I just put in a DSL connection to the home, to the basement, to the terrace, and I'm able to connect my set of devices onto the internet. So this started the trend of Internet of Things, and this was at least 12 to 13 years back, which actually was quite much in advance. What has happened beyond that? So we started looking at optimizing our network in terms of how do I handle so many number of devices at the same time, and hence how do I know where the devices would be in case the devices are mobile, sorry. And how do I manage my network infrastructure going forward so that so many number of devices can be seamlessly handled without any downtime. So a new trend actually set in close to start of this decade, which was also termed as cloud-based network. It actually started with the core networks being cloudified, but then eventually it has now seeped into RAN and other parts of the mobile networks. The concept actually is that in case if I'm able to optimize the amount of baseband processing, can I move that to a centralized cloud or an edge cloud? In which case I can switch on or switch off or scale in or scale out my baseband requirement as and when I need and wherever I want. So if there is a big conference happening in a particular segment in the city, I could actually focus more of the baseband towards that, and I don't have to go and physically mount them on each and every base stations. So this actually started off close to start of this decade, and eventually we have started seeing lots of devices, lots of people also coming in, plus the price wars that have happened in India basically has induced that level of interest in a person to hold more than one phone to do certain data connectivity, or some kind of an entertainment, right? And additionally, this has also gone on to the entertainment segment now, wherein we are able to see AR and VR coming into picture in the household. So what do we see next? So we are already in the middle of Internet of Things. We have billions of connected people and connected things. There are estimates already, but then these estimates are based on certain number of assumptions. So I'm just not putting a number, but then we are connected quite a bit, and the society is already interconnected. And we should also appreciate that many of the services that we have that we are seeing now, many of them are without complete human intervention as well. There are few with and there are few without. So we look forward to this 5G as a technology to continue in this particular space and give us a seamless experience with more data rate and extreme less latency. Now, with these kind of technological advance, we are able to now see a complete universe of heterogeneous use cases. But when we look at these kind of use cases, we should also appreciate that these come with diverse requirements. So I could look at something like transport, say for instance, taxis running. So if I look at fleet management or buses, trucks have
Mr. Ramkrishna, Mr. Ramkrishna, Mr. Ramkrishna, it seems that your voice is breaking. So let's take a 1 minute break and then we can check it again. Professor Kazi, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Professor,
Yes, sir.
Professor Kazi.
Yes, sir.
Kazi, sir?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Yeah, is the voice breaking at your end also?
Yes, I think there is some issue with the bandwidth.
So is it okay now?
Now it is perfect.
So I've switched on to the non-wireless.
Yeah,
wireless.
it's excellent. Better, much excellent now. Right, carry on.
Okay. So, so I was just talking about different use cases or heterogeneous use cases with they normally come with diverse requirement in terms of latency, bandwidth, etc. So, so I just talked about transport as a segment, and within the transport itself, there could be multiple variants of use cases that you could have. Something that could be too critical on the time lag, and something that could be just fleet management, and hence some data has to be just sent from the devices on the road to a centralized location, which need not be time sensitive. You could also have something on the content and gaming, wherein so this is one of a critical case wherein we are going into this ocular devices, and wherein the concept of pixel in a device now is shifting from number of pixels per device to number of pixels per degree of vision that you have. So the amount of information that you need to have to the ocular device should actually be in such a way that the moment you move your face to a certain degree, the complete image that is required to be rendered on that particular direction has to come within milliseconds, right? So this actually requires too much of a stringent guidelines on your connectivity requirements. So the going forward, we are actually looking at the need for an end-to-end connectivity which is able to take care of these kind of bandwidth and the latency need. Not going to each and every individual use case, but then if we go to the next one. So how do we foresee this in a network? So we already look at something called a service delivery platform. So this platform is quite optimized for the delivery of service in a heterogeneous use case. So much of the units in the mobile network are now cloudified, or at least they have enough handles so that it can be configured dynamically based on the requirements that you have. The overall effect of this is that at a top level, you are able to create a paradigm of self-service, wherein particular use case, whenever it is needed, can be created or stopped at will. So, so say for instance, one of the operator in India opens up this kind of an architecture, and he opens up a specific portal for some mining agency. So mining agency will come and say that, okay, I need to have this kind of a bandwidth requirement for surveillance of my port or mining area, and I need to deploy few drones to make sure that particular activity is monitored. Now that actually has a very typical kind of a requirement on bandwidth. So immediately the operator allocates a specific set of base stations or the resources in the network, so that that quality of service is maintained without disturbing any other ongoing service that is happening. Say for instance, there is a stadium next door, and there is a high-end AR VR based experience is happening. So that is not disturbed. So this, we call it as a network slicing in 4.5, 4.9G and 5G networks. And this spans across the conventional mobile networks, radio segment, transport, core edge, and the central cloud. The intent is to have a fully automated, self-optimizing and agile network end-to-end. And more that we venture into cloud, we are able to scale this network well with more efficiency. Right. So just giving this picture, it kind of gives you a kind of a logic that you are able to get to a fairly good flexible network. Now, to kind of see all the human possibilities of the connected world satisfied, we would also need to look at two other fundamental part of this puzzle, which is the security and privacy. Right. Without that, we are not sure whether I can trust a network with my detailed information of where I am, what I'm doing, and what do I need to communicate with. Now, so this is a complete world of cybersecurity. But the interesting fact is, compared to how we have seen in the past, the cybersecurity world itself is changing. So while we are bringing this technology evolving from our traditional network of voice to something that can actually cater to almost all kind of media, the security teams that deals with specific organizations and networks, they are getting drowned with deluge of data. The perimeter of, or the scope of your the scope within which you had your control is now disappearing, and the points wherein the possible attack can happen is expanding, and it's quite on a very high level. New business models are coming in, like we talked about the network slicing. Network slicing actually gives you an opportunity for an operator to open up a different business model for entertaining enterprise customers. And we are also looking at lots of ecosystems coming in, lots of companies, lot of enterprises, lots of devices, variety of devices with varying life cycle. So there are few devices which would actually be alive for 10 years. So in case there is a problem in the hardware chip of the device, how do you know that, how do you cater to that? Can I need to shut it off, that particular set of devices in the network? We need to have some kind of a mechanism to address those. And also there are lots of technologies that are existing which needs to be now addressed to this through this cybersecurity teams. Now, we already saw that with this evolving attack surface, the threat complexity also has increased, which is resulting in risks and liabilities. Privacy and trust are becoming more and more important, and to handle this much of information and the situation, the skill set are on shortage, right? And also we see rapid technological cycles as well. So each and every technology that we see that we are now getting control of, it's already too old, and you have a new technology coming in. So what are we up against? So the risks are everywhere, and it's many-sided. So one way you could actually talk about the conventional criminal attitude wherein the intent is to pick up some personal information, credit or debit card details, intellectual property, primarily targeting the data theft and extortion. But then there could be a certain set of critical incidents which would be once in a while, but then it could be more catastrophic. And it could be because of untargeted malicious code, which is inside a particular segment of your network, a discontinued employee, or it's a random selection of picking up a particular unit for collapse. It could also be a terrorist-based activity wherein the intent is more towards disruption of infrastructure, right? Or looking at economic consequence of a particular state or a country, damage of property or a loss of life. Or otherwise, it could be something like acquisition of trade secrets, espionage, those kind of areas wherein you could probably bucketize these threats. More or less, this effect would be operational delay, services delay, damage to physical systems, passenger or human injury, losses. All those are primarily are catered in this kind of critical incidents. Now, what do we do with this? So there is actually a need to modernize our network security aspects of the network. But when we look at that, we just kind of recap with respect to different shifts that are taking place. So if we look at this particular data that is put up on top, this is primarily coming up from one of the studies that was done the previous year, wherein we had quite a detailed study wherein we were looking at close to 350K malware samples per day being reported. AI-powered attacks were kind of getting started or getting common. Phishing was one of the straightforward way to kind of the threat that was being seen. But key amount is the last number on the right, which is the mean amount of days to detect a threat, the victim as well as the attacking unit. So there is a very big shift in the attacker's thought process in terms of how he would want to start off his cyber attack. And there is also a big technological shift that we talked about in terms of cloud virtualization, big data, network slicing, and IoT, which opens up a big area of security attack surfaces, which we now need to protect through network security modernization. And the way we see is that it cannot be just at one segment or second segment. It needs to be complete end-to-end security that we need to look at. Now, how do we manage this risk? Or what do we need to do to manage this risk? So we need to look at something like, we need to somehow identify and detect the malware or kind of a cyber attack, and we need to be quite fast in that. So we need to shrink the detection time by close to 60 to 80%. We need to investigate what is the threat probability having detected a particular threat. What would be the, how much can it spread? What are the different aspects of my network that are under, they're at a threat fault? And how do I recover the complete threat? How do I apply my anti-virus, if I say, or anti-threat updates to my network so that any kind of malicious code or any kind of backdoor things are fixed? So I need to recover my system, and that time of recovery has to reduce by close to 70-75%. So unless otherwise I do this, I would not be able to kind of get at par with the attacker's speed. Now, like I talked about the cloudification and the network evolution, we are already seeing artificial intelligence and machine learning and analytics being part of this overall network in mobile space. So if I have threat intelligence as well to top it up, with machine learning and multidimensional analytics, we would be able to kind of match up or at least try to get to this level of requirement of risk. So a new approach for managing the risk is needed. And so in the network, I already have this kind of so I have already this orchestration management kind of layers in my mobile network. I already have network slices and I'm offering services to them. Network functions are part of. I'm sorry. So there are network functions that are already virtualized, and there are few that are physical systems are there with enough handle to control. And then the cloud infrastructure is pretty much in the operator's domain. So we need to have some kind of a mechanism, kind of a feedback mechanism, wherein I am able to detect and respond to whatever is the threats that are happening. But then having said that, I should be able to have AI ML based adaptable algorithms so that I could actually control the entry points of these kind of threats, and I'm able to adapt my network in such a way that I can control the risks of the attacking, the spread of the attack. This can be achieved with respect to massive amount of controls that we have in the network. Now with edge network also opened up with cloud infrastructure, it can be also controlled to the entirety in the network of the mobile operator. So the idea behind this particular approach is that you have the existing cloud-based infrastructure or this kind of evolved infrastructure in place. We use all the data that we are able to bring in from the existing network. We push this into the analytics and the AI/ML framework. We try to predict what my next attack is going to be, or in terms of how I can solve these attacks, probably in terms of underlying the threat or the attack signatures that has been used in the same network previously, or in a completely different network, in a different operator domain, in a different country and company altogether, and use that to kind of learn and become intelligent and then protect the network subsequently and prevent any kind of attack. So this is kind of a feedback loop or a positive feedback loop that we envisage for holding up or managing the overall risk. And we also look at multiple layered defense, which basically means that even if a particular attacker is able to get in a particular level to spread malware or do some kind of a malicious activity, there are enough checkpoints available so that the spread is contained and you have enough time to respond to and kind of neutralize the entry of such attacker. So what we need is an end-to-end security, and this is what we at Nokia call triangle of trust, that we need to have the security interwoven throughout the system in a proactive as well as a reactive mode. Reactive mode to start with at times, and then eventually when you learn the signatures and all, you would be able to give enough insight to the operator and also the people who are using it, and become integrated into the overall solution. And should also be, the end-to-end security should also be scalable, so that you are able to understand to start with a single node wherein it must have started, and also evaluate if it has actually spread across the network and try to take response in time. And it should also be adaptive in the sense that we are able to understand a particular threat, and even if the new attack is completely new, we are able to adapt ourselves. The security solution is able to adapt using the analytics, using the automation, using the machine learning framework that I have, to make sure that we are more intelligent as a network to kind of safeguard and prevent any kind of issues in the future. So I kind of summarize and come to the end of this talk, wherein I kind of highlight the basic need wherein to focus to make sure that we have a seamless and secure network. So one, we need to have an automated security processes to keep pace with the rapid rise of the attacks. We should prioritize and handle thousands of alerts, because when you have so much of data, you do not know which one is important and which is not. So we need to have the intelligence from the processes to understand which one need to be focused first, and so that we are able to get a better response time to contain the threats. End-to-end protection actually happens to be one of the key aspects, and these are primarily quite standardized already. IP has been fairly well standardized protocol, and also with LTE and 5G coming into picture, they have enough end-to-end protection schemes in the mobile network, so that you have end-to-end protection for the operator space, and also from the network slicing to the end-use enterprises. Device security, since you have a device at home and you can actually install lots of apps, there are enough solutions available to keep track of the device security in terms of malicious applications that you might download. This specifically is targeted towards Internet of Things and the other applications that you're able to make use of for the other use cases. Network segmentation, here it actually is about how can I, so we talked about network slices. So network slices actually give you an end-to-end connectivity of or a virtualized network view of for a specific data rate or latency that you have requested for. So typically, in case if you have a banking segment running with a specific slice, it should not have a visibility to the other internet traffic. And if it were, then that itself is a starting point for any kind of attack. So you need to have from an end-to-end network a good traffic isolation when you look at implementing slices. And of course, when you look at complete spectrum of different applications and traffic, firewalls, the traditional firewalls with much more intelligence should be able to restrict illegitimate traffic and kind of attacks to spoof a particular kind of a valid operator or user space. So we need to have enough checkpoints available and then segmentation available. Security analytics is another area that is of much significance when you look at. So we need to correlate the context with the kind of attack, so which actually would be able to pinpoint a specific area, the spread, all those details, and in terms of a location as well. So AI is just on top. Analytics space has already touched upon this particular area. So with AI and machine learning, we should be able to get much better results in this particular space. And with the analytics, we should be able to also spot anomalies and recommend a response to the operator and also the security teams. Next is the encryption of data. So apart from the confidentiality, we should also be looking at integrity protection. So you should know that the person that you're retrieving a particular information from is actually a legitimate this thing. So unless otherwise I do that, I would not be able to develop a trust with the particular network or connectivity network. Apart from this, the high availability of network space is also a very important area from a security domain, so that if the attacker specifically targets a specific set of cloud components, my network should be able to sustain and should not just go down. So I should have my network in redundancy, in high availability, in kind of a mode, so that the operational network is stable enough and it doesn't go down. And I should be able to recover from this kind of an attack anytime with faster response time. Centralization of security management system is one other key aspect that has been also built in 5G networks. And when we do all these things, the standards play a very big part. And we should be looking at the existing standards already, which are already solving these kind of issues in the global markets. And we should make sure that we align to these standards so that we are interoperable in other networks also globally. So with that, I would close my talk. I can return the ball to Dr. Ashish for questions.
Right, Mr. Ramakrishnan, this was a very elaborated presentation, and I'm sure this would have been liked by everyone. So, Mr. Nayak, are you there?
Yeah, I am.
Can you unmute your audio and video so that I can talk to you?
Okay.
I can see you also. I can talk to you, of course, but I can also see you. So let me introduce Dr. Nayak. Dr. K.D. Nayak is ex-DG from DRDO, and so he has worked on a lot of projects, and also especially in the area of cyber security. So, Mr. Nayak, if you have any question on behalf of user or from your own side, please ask to Mr. Ramakrishnan.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ramakrishna. I have a major concern on IoT. In a lighter sense, I used to tell about 7-8 years back when we were looking into cybersecurity angle. IoT has defined as a security managed insecurity of things. Okay, that is because fundamentally IoT devices are supposed to be very cheap in pens, because there are going to a number of devices. It is going into every household, even curtain removing mixers, cookers, everything. Okay, because of that cost consideration, it has to be very, very cheap. They say it in few pence. Because of this costing, the devices has to be, one is it is a lower technology is used. Okay, the second one is they cannot be very large and complex. Even though Reguji said that there will be encryption, but they are very low level encryptors. From that angle, I said any IoT device is not safe. I'm saying that only except you have to put at the higher level, application level and all things is there, but as a device level, it's the most unsafe device. Second, I don't have anything against any things. If you see that 2018-19, our East friends bought in about 30 fabs, old fabs, okay, from think global sources. They're all old fabs, maybe 90 nanometers up to 180 nanometers, which are very cheaply available, thinking that they will take all IoT devices manufactured. Okay, in this condition, how do you ensure that my IoT is safe? That is the first question.
So, sir, you're actually right that in terms of the IoT, I see that as a very fragmented area. So we have quite many number of players, less number of regulations in place. You are right to point out that these devices, IoT devices, are quite cheap or have to be cheap to kind of get accepted in the given market, and hence they do have little bit of relaxation in the security part. That is unfortunately the point that we kind of deal with. And the other also fact is that there are lots of technologies that are existing in the IoT space. So even in terms of looking at the air interface that is used for IoT devices, it starts with LoRa, it starts on the unlicensed spectrum. You have Wi-Fi based devices that are existing in the network. You have, at least now, recently, we have gone into this NB-IoT and CAT-M devices,
yes,
which are more regularized into the mainstream or the traditional cellular networks. So specifically the devices that have existed in the past on an unlicensed spectrum, they are quite prone to attacks. But then the ones that are on the cellular device, we already have the standardized security things in place so that the air interface level, they are completely secure. And once they are part of the mobile network, their security is maintained. Till the time, of course, you have some kind of an upper layer entry point for some kind of a IoT platform to take this feed and process on top. So in terms of IoT space security, we do have multiple solutions available. Do not want to get into the details about that, but we do have process audits in terms of figuring out how the level of network is in terms of cybersecurity risk. From an overall perspective, the risk assessment can be done. But then if there are risks identified, we need to take a call whether we need to entertain those set of devices or block them from subsequent entry into the system. So since they are quite cheap, we'll have to then fix the devices rather than kind of try to fix them through software or any kind of firmware updates. So it's kind of a slightly border area wherein you would want to, how would you want to deal it? But then the risk assessment of your network in terms of these varied level of devices existing in the network can be assessed quite, I mean, it can be assessed.
Okay, thank you. My second question is from, again, cybersecurity point of view. See, because of a non-entity, okay, as a device, suppose the device it triggers, for example, I remember not now, about 6 years back, the first DDoS or attack was triggered by a refrigerator, IoT. It can be used to trigger a attack. In that case, you know, who is responsible for this attack? It is an inanimate thing, right?
Right.
So that is also an issue comes. Are there any solutions people are thinking how you track and what you can call take action against such incidents?
Okay. So similar kind of example, I think Mr. Regu also mentioned in wherein my HVAC system could be kind of
correct
taken over, and so I still, yeah. So I actually would kind of slightly take it on a broader spectrum and then look at it from the mobile network perspective. So we already are looking at our networks, and then we are trying to put this security.
There, this Z0 up there, so all three elements, then this.
Who is stopping this? Can you please stop?
HN Verma koi.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Okay. So I was just taking it in a slightly broader sense in terms of mobile network to which probably this refrigerator or the unit could be connected. So the way I just talked about in one of these slides that we are moving towards, so one thing is with IoT, we are actually having lots of information in place, right? And we need to, and it's not a are we cannot envisage this as a manual checkpoint to kind of check if something is going wrong in the network or not. We are at a time wherein the security framework or the teams in any part of my mobile network are overwhelmed by the amount of information that they're getting fed with. So we need to start looking at machine learning or this kind of a analytics based solution which is able to kind of detect and predict much in advance on what's going to happen, right? And any kind of nodes within the network which is vulnerable, it could be kind of flagged up much in advance to the operator that specific vendor or a sub-vendor, subcontractor of a particular enterprise is having an issue, and hence he might have an issue of this kind, of this scale of spread, probably 12 days down the line, right? I mean, we could probably start looking at the attack signatures that have existed, like I said, previously in the network itself, or otherwise it could be some part of the other networks, other mobile network, or it could be completely totally different country altogether. So the attack signatures, quite possible, could match to an existing way to enter into the system. So the vulnerability catching could be done through some level of audit in terms of how vulnerable a particular legs of our system is. including the devices. So quite similar to how we're looking at normal IoT, these kind of devices could also be audited and then at least sidelined or taken out of my network, or at least a firewall is built around the specific area so that we are able to contain if at all that attack happens in the next 12 days or 15 days.
Thank you, Ram Krishnaji. Dr. Ashish, I think we should discuss this in detail in the main conference. It's going to be very interesting, main issue.
Indeed, we have to discuss this in more detail. So we'll be looking forward to these discussions. Before there is one more question before we leave Mr. Ram Krishna.
Yes, sir.
So maybe very briefly, sir, if you can answer this because it's quite 2 p.m. now. So here is a question from one of the user. I think the most prominent security solution is SIEM platform, that is the log analysis. It's very challenging to get logs from equipments like PLCs, PMU, RTUs, etc. used in critical infrastructures. Can you please put your comment to this?
So I would still like to look at it in a slightly higher level. So this is more in terms of critical systems existing in the network and the logs not being available, and hence how do we kind of secure our systems. For securing, so I presume that is the question that has been asked. So, so when I had this discussion about this network, the assumption was that there is a level of openness in the network to sharing the information, thus to kind of understand the pattern and kind of take remedial actions. So to kind of predict an issue, predict an attacker's signature, or take a necessary action, the information availability is key. So we need to work out and then kind of make those set of interfaces to be opened, and hence so that we are able to kind of at least see what is the kind of movement that is happening. Normal? Is it abnormal? If abnormal, what is the level of intent that a particular attacker is going to have? So short answer to the question, we need to have open interfaces to start with. Open interfaces do have their own security issues. We need to have some level of policy in place so that it can be kind of handled with the level of trust that we are trying to build with that particular network operator or network space.
Right, so thanks a lot, Ram Krishnaji. It was a very exciting and enriching experience to hear from you. So we'll be looking forward to hear more on this, as Dr. Nayak said, that this is a very important and critical area, which whose importance will be increasing as we go forward, because we have more AI, we have more IoTs, we have more cloud, so it's going to be very interesting area, one can say. So thank you again. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir.
Kaji sir, are you there? Professor Kaji?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Acha. So I will just take 1 or 2 minutes to introduce our team members who are all working behind the scene to make this event successful. That is Frontiers in Interconnected Intelligent Systems and Devices. So basically DST has organized this event. So besides the Secretary, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, we have Dr. Murli. Murli, are you there? Okay, maybe he's not there. So Murli is the director in DST and is looking after the CPS project. So he was instrumental in taking this event forward. Then we have Mr. Raju Sharma ji. I think they have not been given. Kazi sir, have you given them the privileges as co-host?
Yes, sir. Murliji is also there, I think, but he is muted right now. He can unmute and speak.
Murliji, can you hear us? Anyway, so then we have Dr. Nayak. Dr. Nayak is also part of this team. So, Dr. Nayak, yes, you are there. Can you just say?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. Great, sir. Then we have Professor Ashwin Gumashte, sir. Gumashte, sir. Gumashte, sir, I think he is a professor at IIT Bombay. I think he has a PhD defense today, so he said to me that he will be leaving early. And then we have Yashwant. Yashwant, are you there? No. Okay. Yashwant is a technology consultant and is also with this part of this team. Then we have Professor Shraddha from JTI. Shraddha, are you there?
Yes, I am there.
Okay, great. And then, of course, one of the main pillar of this event is Professor Kazi. Professor Kazi is from VJTI and he is doing a lot of work and has taken a lot of initiatives in the field of cyber security. And if I am not wrong, so he has developed very good laboratories at VJTI. I was privileged to visit VJTI and also his laboratories. I think if there are any faculty members or people from engineering colleges attending this session, then I suggest that they must visit VJTI and see the kind of labs that they have developed in collaboration with the industry leaders like Siemens and Cisco and all others. So thank you, Professor Kazi. This event has got to give you the credit for this to make it successful. And our technician Imran, I think he should be still busy hosting this event. Imran has been very working with me for the last 2-3 days, day in and day out, to make sure that the demos are properly held and everything. So this was our small team. Besides, we had a small social media group where Mr. Ali and Mr. Subada were part of it. So all these 8-10 people are part of this team who made this event go live, and indeed it was very successful. So now let's. I think now we don't have any more live session. So we have 2 sessions where we will be playing the videos recorded by these speakers. Very esteemed speakers. So both of them are from US, based in US. They are Indians based in US. So next in line is Mr. Ravi Tilak ji. Ravi Tilak ji is an entrepreneur, is now established industrialist in US. He is CEO of Elmex, a very large company. So, Kazi sir, can you play his video now?
Good afternoon, fellow participants in this all-important international seminar on how developing nations should plan to reduce their technology gaps in various sectors of the industry. My name is Ravi Tilak. I'm a metallurgist by training, 1980 batch of IIT Bombay, and I have been residing in US for last 39 years. So I'm trying to bring here the mixed perspective of what I have seen around the world in terms of world's desire, and especially the developing countries' desire to acquire new technology. If you look at the entire subject, the object of making a country self-sufficient and self-reliant in its technology needs is really not a straightforward vector. It is an alchemical process, a transformational process, and many sectors of planning, industrial participation, as well as motivating the individual and corporations and governments to develop, to resort to develop their own technologies comes at a forefront. And in this situation, we have to look at how the countries are competing with each other to stay ahead with their technology possessions. You know, Shakespeare has said, "The meek shall never inherit the earth." The meaning is clear. You have to be strong. The strength lies at the roots of peace. And Shakespeare has also said, "Thou shalt never lend thy money to thy friend, for thou shalt suffer the loss of both." I want to transfer this part of money and equate it to technology, and I would like to say, "Thou shalt never give thy technology to thy friend, for thou shalt suffer the loss of both." The point I'm trying to bring here, that it is vitally important, the number one requirement to bridge any technology gap is to put full asset value on the technology. But you really cannot put asset value on anything until you design a methodology to protect those assets. So the number one requirement becomes that in order for one country to have technology, it must have an infrastructure, legal infrastructure as well as implementable infrastructure to protect any technology asset that anybody within that country possesses. Now, on the subject of bridging the technology gap, naturally, there are three things that have to happen. Either you have to buy or purchase the technology outright, or only use rights, or with manufacturing rights. Or you have to barter the technology, wherein with one hand you take something, with other hand you give something. Or you have to reverse engineer the technology, or you have to siphon the technology. And let me tell you, in the business world and in the engineering world also, reverse engineering is a glorified synonym for copying. And siphoning of the technology is also a glorified verb used to describe technology stealing. But these are accepted norms in all across the world today. By siphoning, I don't mean it's illegal in any way whatsoever. How siphoning works is you acquire a larger piece of something, but your real intent is to get the technology that is embedded inside that piece. So what you do, you buy much more than what you really wanted, and then you siphon out that part of the technology which you really needed. So let's see how this technology acquisition or reverse engineering or siphoning aspects really works in reality. If you look at it, it happens at three stratas. One is a government to government technology transfer. One is a corporation to corporation technology transfer. And the third is individual to individual technology transfer. And then within that, there are cross-directional vectors wherein a technology may get transferred from a corporation to an individual or through an individual, or from government to a corporation, and so on. So basically, at each of these three stratas of technology transfer, what is needed is precise definition of which technology you're buying and how much you are willing to pay for it, in what procedural manner or sequence you will pay for it, what is the test by which the technology will be validated or proven, and how the final payment will be made for that technology. All over the world, all countries, and especially developing countries, have morphed this type of technology transfer, especially for defense and aviation sector, through a process called offsets. And these offsets work, very simply I will explain for the benefit of those participants who are not that familiar with the term offset, but it's a very potent way of acquiring technology. An offset is if, for example, Boeing is supplying some defense cargo to India, then Indian buyer, which is basically the Department of Defense, Ministry of Defense, will put requirements on the supplier that a certain percentage of the value of what is being paid to the supplier agrees to import back from the receiving country. This is one way of establishing the offset. The second way, which is more predominantly seen these days, is a manner in which the receiving country requests the supplier to also supply some more technologies along with the main cargo which is being purchased. For example, if you're buying drones, along with that you bring in some laser technology, some aviation communication technology, and with some armament technology, and some triggering technology, and some aerodynamic technology, and details of that nature. So how does a country go about establishing its offset policies or its technology acquisition roadmap? And the key here is the first thing a ministry has to do, and whether it's agricultural ministry or health sciences ministry or metals, mining, materials ministry or aviation, defense sector or petrochemical, whichever industry that ministry is concerned with, the ministry has to identify what are their technology gaps, what are the key technology lists that they need on a priority basis. Because it's not uncommon that a defense offset or a commercial airplane offset will get attached with very mundane common technology requirements. If a country needs it, then they have a legal way of asking that we need it, you please supply along with the cargo that we are buying from you for $10 billion or $20 billion. That being said, the second important aspect in completing this technology transfer is to identify the correct recipient corporations within a country. And this task is equally as important as deciding the technology list and the technology supplier and the technology source. Because unless there is a recipient organization within a country, the absorption, the full absorption of technology cannot just be guaranteed by the government. You need the industry participation for proper absorption, assimilation, and regeneration of the same technology within the country. What we are really discussing here are the external aspects of how technology gaps should be planned to be closed. If you are here and you want to jump up, then what are the external factors that could be brought into the picture to close this technology gap? But as with any external factor, there are several internal factors which are associated in closing the technology gap. Among the internal factors, it's kind of alchemical. It's really alchemical because the process has to be transformational. It has to change a few orbits in order to deliver the result. We all know that what really lies at the root, at the very root of progress is really dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction is at the root of progress. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. So you have to feel compelled to innovate. But to feel the compulsion of innovation can be an externally forced upon requirement, but even more beautiful it is when it's sprouting internally. When one is allowed the freedom to tap into his or her own creativity, then the kind of technological development can happen. It's the best. A Chinese traveler to India named Huan Tsang, who traveled around 1400 years ago, has written a very detailed account of what India was then. And he goes on writing that he says, I saw many cities in India, many large cities he describes, and small as well. And some cities had very wide roads and some did not. And some cities had great universities and some did not. And some cities had great playing grounds and some did not. And some had palaces and some did not. But he said, I did not come across one city or a town in India or even a small village or collection of villages where there wasn't an auditorium. How interesting. He equates the fact that in ancient India, when he was traveling, he could not come across a city or a small township which did not have an auditorium. Now, what auditorium has to do with technological development? And that's where the alchemy comes into picture. The heart of the matter is that unless you unleash the artistic creativity within a person, you cannot fully unfathom the technological prowess of that person. And Huan Tsang further goes on writing that people are so inventive here and so ready to explore, to learn and adopt, to bring everything that they have learned to an appropriate technology level, that I am just charmed by the way they go about doing these things through these podiums or platforms of giving artistic expressions or theaters. The second part of these inner workings actually also start from elementary schools, and that is the promotion of competitions, of making competitions happen. In US, there is a very wide movement that has been going on for last almost 45 years. It's called Destination Imagination. And Destination Imagination is a competition that's held at all levels, from the middle school to high school in each grade. And the teams are given challenges, and then they grow and win and grow and win and go to larger circles, and then there are statewide competitions. But the whole activity is rooted in from the middle school point onwards. And there is a separate entity similar to Destination Imagination also for the elementary schools. So this elixir of wanting to imagine and stretch the imagination to develop the technology of the future is vital and is essential, and that has to become one of the strongest ingredients of any country's plans to actualize the technology and the innovation process. So it's all about kids, and what you give them, you will receive back. If you only teach them how to copy or rut and mutt and reproduce in the exams, that's what they will do in their adult life. So therefore, the focus or the onus is on the Human Resources Ministry. The third part of internalizing these elements is maintaining within oneself a sense of quality consciousness and a sense of self entitlement to be served with quality and to live a quality life. And this teaching also needs to be indoctrinated at the very, very common levels of even a street dweller has a right to demand that, okay, today I don't have money to have a home or a hut or wherever, and I'm choosing to sleep on the footpath. But I have a right to demand that I sleep on a clean footpath. Why not? And so this basic desire to demand quality in every aspect of life has to be also inculcated at the childhood stage. And if that direct definition or a direct instruction to the growing community of children is not available to teach them to become quality demanders and quality consciousness, it is shown by the sociologists of the centuries that it can lead to apprehension of creativity within a person. The next thing is about a knack to find solutions for self. And a knack to find solutions for self embeds deeply also in our day-to-day lives, but that has to be there. One should not be willing to accept the situation as is on whatsoever front of life, and he has to be willingly, continuously struggling to find out solutions coming out of his responses to his daily behavior. From this, now I will again come back to the externalities. So how does one go about managing these externalities, and especially related to finding technology gaps? And there is a very simple solution. One is a country should establish a consolidated brain bank of its expatriates. South Korea has done it, Japan has done it, China has done it, and only recently, in last 5 years or so, India has started doing it. This resource can be groomed into such a powerful bank, a consolidated brain bank of all the expertise all across the industries and all across the board that can be tapped into, of course legally, because you would need the export control permissions from the exporting country. But this needs to be harnessed by any developing country which is interested in acquiring technology at a faster speed, in a wallet-friendly manner, and in a manner which is more organically applicable. United Nations has a great program going in this direction. It's called UNDP, and they have recognized the value of this resource. The second part comes into how does go about identifying the technology gaps that exist in any country's technology requirements. One easy answer for that is to study the export control restrictions imposed by the developing nations. If you look at the US export control restrictions, there is a very large list of Commerce Department's export control restricted processes, restricted services, restricted articles criteria, as well as the ITAR criteria and the munition list criteria. That itself shows that if there is a restriction on export or an export license is required, naturally that country is possessive about all those technologies. And if you study the Japan's listing of such technologies, Chinese listings of such technologies, European nations, Americas, a very clear picture emerges as to which specific technology they feel is coveted technology, and they feel the need to protect it. So that's one great resource. It's available in print form all over the world very freely to start zeroing on. The third aspect of it is implementing very robust trade and technology protection measures. So the corporations which are in possession of certain technology don't feel threatened about it. And US is very strong, at the forefront of taking this lead of protecting the intellectual property rights of any individual, any company, and they publicly demonstrate it. Routinely, we will see photographs of thousands of Rolex watches literally being dumped on the street and bulldozed on. And they very strongly send a message that, hey, everything needs to be kosher. If you are doing business, do it in the most kosher manner and in a manner that will allow those in possession of the technology and trade secrets and trade rights to feel their technology is being protected by their government, and the law provides enough strength in the arms on the street level to assist corporations to protect their technologies. Unless the technology protection is strengthened, the technology development is not going to get supported. And this is the nature's rule. Unless even a tree feels that if it drops a seed over here to germinate another tree, and it feels that that soil is safe, that land is safe, it will not indulge into that exercise. Same goes with human offsprings. Unless a couple feels that my baby is going to be safe, the couple will not indulge into that creative endeavor of making that baby. And exactly the same rules apply for technology development, in-house technology development. So I will quickly run as what we have seen so far. It's always good to summarize a few points. First is at what levels technology transfers happen. Number one is government to government, corporation to corporation, and individual to individual. Number two, how the offset policies should be designed, how they should be implemented, and there should be more avenues carved out to receive technology through offsets. Offsets is your best opportunity to get anything in the world that you want. And you could pitch your requirements in such a way that we will buy this from you only if you are simultaneously willing to give us this. And that you take to the international market. If that is how it is done, there is a tremendous potential to get different parallel applicable technologies. Third item is internally identify absorbers of technology. Fourth, incubate startups and technology development centers. And I'm very proud to say in Mumbai, I'm aware of one which is run by my cousin, Mr. Tanay Paranspe. It's called Atal Incubation Center. And it is doing fantastic work by spawning about 250 such startups in the field of technology, essentially appropriate technology. Fifth is self-regulation. For example, in the insurance industry, how it used to be done is a family will sign up with a doctor, and the family will arrange to pay the doctor every month, a fixed fee, so long as nobody in the family falls sick. So it became a check and balance situation. The doctor has to invest his time to make sure the swasthya or the health of everybody within the family is maintained, and the family keeps paying him so long as nobody has fallen sick. The moment anybody within the family falls sick, the doctor's payments stop, and now the onus is on doctor to get them in good health condition again. And as an added burden, the doctor had to post outside his office or dispensary a measure of how many of his people are sick. In ancient China, this was practiced very commonly by way that a doctor was required to hang a lantern outside his home. And if a doctor has many lanterns hanging outside his home, that means he's got too many patients who are not doing good. So it's a self-regulation technology in which nothing new is required, but just some collectively creating a bargaining power and collectively developing a resource or a supply chain to support it. These are all different innovative ways of developing the most appropriate in the most appropriate manner, the most applicable technology, and slowly the technology gap is met. Again, technology consists of materials, processes, appropriateness, and the services along with it. If materials of the right kind are not available, nothing can move further, if it's a physical object related to a technology. If the processes are lacking, nothing can move further. I know why India is behind in chip making. 35 years ago, there was a strong movement to bring chip making technology to India. And finally, the deal fell apart because they recognized that there is not enough argon gas, which is an inert gas, enough argon gas supply of required purity available to make the chips. So naturally, it's a failure on account of certain materials not becoming available. You look at today's 5G, you look at artificial intelligence, you look at advanced communication technologies, or you look at defense materials technologies, aviation technologies, all of them are packaged bundles of materials and processes put together. And we will talk about these packaged bundles in the next presentation. Because it starts getting very specific to very certain sectors of technology. And until then, I would like to say thank you to the organizers, as well as I wish the very best to the Department of Science and Technology and the Department of Human Resources and all other ministerial departments which are working hard to bring this technology gap as narrow as possible and possibly making it on the surplus side very soon. Thank you very much.
Right, so now we are moving to the last video of the day. It's the last, but it's the most important and most interesting for people who are interested in AI, as well as when AI can be, because the ultimate aim of AI is to bring it to the level of human being. So that means when AI gets consciousness into machines. So this is a very interesting subject, and we have a very renowned and well-known expert of the subject, Professor Subhash Kar. He is faculty at Oklahoma University, and he has accepted our request. So thank you, Professor Kar. We are now playing your video, and hopefully next time we'll have the privilege to hear you live. Kazi sir, can you play now?
My name is Subhash Kak, and I'm a professor of electrical and computer engineering in Oklahoma State University. I work on AI and quantum computing, and I have thought a lot about this whole problem of what AI is going to do to society, because it is a disruptive force. It's a disruptive force much more serious than what happened with industrial revolution, where brawn was replaced by mechanical devices, because in this disruption, it's the mind, the human mind, that's being replaced by computers. And this is going to have a rippling effect in almost all sectors of society, certainly in teaching, for example, in education, because you don't have to have the old bricks and mortar campus. By using technology, you can transmit information to far corners of the world, and you probably just need a few professors in well-appointed studios to create the material, which can then be shared. So this changes the picture. And in other areas where human judgment comes in, for example, a lot of tasks require recognition of patterns, and machines can already do that very well as human beings. And in other tasks, such as transportation, which in a developed country like the US, according to one estimate, about 30 to 40% of the entire workforce is engaged in. If you had self-driving cars, clearly that would be devastating to the economic system until or unless the economy is able to adapt and create new jobs. And that's going to be one of the great challenges facing political leaders and thinkers as to how to do it, how to manage the system so that you don't think of easy solutions such as universal basic income, because that's going to lead to a dystopia. You cannot expect people to be happy if they are provided money and shelter, and all that they have time to spend on is watching movies and probably smoking some intoxicant or drinking some intoxicant. So this is really a big challenge. Now, in the short term, the challenge is how do you compete with other nations which are also creating AI apps? And I think personally, even though India has the most programmers of any large country of the world, we are operating much below our weight class. And the reason is we are teaching programming via English, while our competitors such as China, Japan, Korea, and even small countries like Hungary and Czechoslovakia and Finland teach programming through their own language. Programming is like mathematics, and there's no reason why our students have to spend many years learning English before they can start learning programming. So this is something that is a problem of the most urgent, which requires the most urgent attention, because right now only the 5 to 10% of Indians who are very fluent with English are on the same footing as our competitor nations, and the rest of the Indian population, 90 to 95%, is has to climb that mountain, and the mountain of the English language. And once they have done that, they're already fallen behind, because their facility with the English language is not as well as with their mother tongue. So this is something that we need to do. Now, the question of consciousness, this is the other side of technology, because one of the drivers is as to whether machines will eventually become conscious, and if they are conscious, clearly that will change the whole world. And it's even possible, one of the most scary situations would be that if there were such machines, they'll do away with human beings, because they won't have any use for us pesky, always unhappy creatures. But personally, I don't think that will happen, and computers will always fall short of achieving consciousness, even though they would be able to mimic humans in almost all cognitive tasks, certainly not in creative tasks. And the reason why this is something on which opinion is divided. There are many leading scientists, computer scientists, physicists, neuroscientists who believe that computers will actually become conscious. I don't think they will, because there is something of science that machines don't capture. Even the projected quantum computers will not capture, and that is the underlying quantum mechanical nature of reality. While quantum computers, even if they were to be built, and in my view they will never be built because of noise, but even if they were to be built, all that they do is to mimic classical computation, only that these machines will do it a bit faster. So I think the machines will fall short. And in fact, there's been this long debate in the West, and there's been a group of physicists and computer scientists and neuroscientists and some philosophers of science, which had been put together on a project by DARPA. And we met several times in the US and in Europe. And after many week-long discussions, about half of us concluded that machines will become conscious, and these were the ones who were driven more by this whole idea of complexity, that consciousness is an emergent property which comes out of complexity, which many people subscribe to, while the other half, and I belong to this other half, believe that this will not happen because it's something more than complexity. It is the very nature of reality, where, as we know, even in quantum mechanics, there is a split between the observer and the observed. And it appears that consciousness is more than just emulation of certain logical processes, which is what a computer does. And therefore, conscious machines would not be attainable, but consciousness would still be a very important element of the thrust of science in many different areas, including physics, because physics doesn't capture the observer. And in classical physics or in quantum physics, the observer is always outside of the mathematical framework. Now, in recent decades, many attempts have been made, at least in quantum mechanics, to explain the observer also in terms of the equations of quantum mechanics. But the general consensus is that these efforts have failed, and the dominant paradigm of quantum mechanics interpretation remains the orthodox Copenhagen interpretation, in which the conscious observer and the observed world are like two sides of a coin. They are one or the other, and one cannot be reduced to the other. And this is very interestingly totally consistent with Indian views of consciousness, which go back to the Vedas itself, because the Vedas call themselves Atma Vidya, which means the science of consciousness. And according to the Vedas, there are two kinds of sciences. Sciences which can be described in terms of language, and these are called Apara Vidya. These are sciences related to things, while the science of consciousness or Atma Vidya is Para Vidya. It's not material. And so in this view, consciousness is the underlying ground of reality, and all of our knowledge also resides in consciousness. And so it will forever be forever be beyond the framework of any mathematical or abstract theory, because mathematics or abstractions are also about things, while consciousness is not a thing. It's the light which makes it possible for humans to make sense of the world. So there are lots of very, very interesting questions, and there are lots of opportunities and possibilities as well. And I will just refer to one of them, and this is the current crisis that physics is facing, and this is the crisis that physics, when studying the cosmos, cannot explain the speeds with which the galaxies and the stars are moving, because they're totally in contradiction to the understanding that either the Newtonian gravitation theory or general theory of relativity provide us. And because of this reason, physicists have postulated that 95% of the observed world is dark matter and dark energy, even though that there is not the slightest shred of experimental evidence in favor of this dark matter and dark energy. In fact, another 4.5% is supposed to be interstellar gases. So therefore, all of our physical theories are based on 0.5% of the observed universe, which itself should suggest to us that there is something wrong, because if there were indeed dark matter and dark energy, why have we not been able to observe it? Now, it's quite possible that a shift of perspective might help us go outside of the box and find new resolution to this problem. And this going out of the box may be viewing reality, physical reality, in a slightly different way, where we are able to provide the conscious observer a different perspective, a different seat, so to speak, in this framework. And so it's quite possible that if people were to connect back to the long tradition, and it's not a religious tradition which we may, or some people may see in a pejorative sense. This is the Shastras within the Indian framework, where Shastras represent scientific argumentation, which include yoga and tantra and so on, which do address this question of why is it that the conscious agent is able to influence physical reality. And one of the resolutions which is a part of this tradition is this so-called Drishti Srishti Vada, which says that by observation you can control a physical process, which was later on put into a mathematical framework by the Indian modern great physicist George Sudarshan, who was also a Vedantin, in a paper with his collaborator Misra in the 1970s, a paper titled The Quantum Zeno Effect, which shows how by observation alone you can control or steer a quantum state. And this is something which has been experimentally observed in various labs, and it's a very central finding of modern physics. And there are many others which many other such insights within the consciousness studies tradition of India, which we don't even know how to properly evaluate, because not too many people have looked at it, and not too many people have looked at it because, as we know, after India became free, India consciously decided to separate itself from its own scientific tradition which includes physics, such as the physics of Kanada in Vaisheshika Sutra, which Indian scientists prior to 1947 were conscious of. If you look at Vivekananda and his discussions with Nikola Tesla, where he told Tesla to look for a theory which would connect energy and mass, or if you look at Jagadish Chandra Bose, S.N. Bose, Meghnad Saha, even mathematician Harish Chandra, and many others before 47, they were in touch, or they had some sense of what Indian scientific tradition was. After 1947, India turned its back on its own tradition, and maybe the time has come to look at this tradition afresh, make it a part of Indian Indian education, certainly graduate courses, and possibly there should be a summary of it which is taught also to high school students and to college students, which puts Indian students in touch with the history of Indian sciences. Because if something is not in open light, if you put it away in dark corners, then people make all kinds of errors about what it is, which is when people can make claims such as, or they can interpret metaphors as literal truth, which is what has happened sometimes. So rather than keep it in dark corners, it should be brought under the glare of light. It should be made a part of critical thinking, which is what institutes of higher education, or which is what symposia at conferences should do. And I think that'll be good for everybody. That'll be good for India. It'll be good for world science. It'll also be good for India for another reason, because it will provide self-confidence to Indian students so that they are able to approach these the problems of modern science with full faith in themselves. Because without Atma-Vishwas, you cannot be Atmanirbhar. So this is the challenge of our times, and I would hope that in this conference, these questions will be discussed with as much of clarity as is possible. Thank you very much.
Okay, with this we come to an end of this excellent technical event that was organized by Department of Science and Technology. We shall be continuing our endeavors and initiatives to hold a larger event in the future as and when we are in a position to do it. So thank you again, everyone. DST, all members of DST, especially Dr. Murli Mohanji, Raju Sharma ji, thank you very much. Thanks to Professor Ashutosh Sharma ji for his overall support. Thanks to team VJTI. VJTI is the official partner, academic partner to this event. And thanks the audience for joining us and hearing all the great talks. I'm sure many of us have benefited from this, and the journey will continue. So thank you. Thanks a lot.